hear me? Can you guys hear me okay? I might have to turn my AC down. It's kind of cold in here. Is the mic on? I gotta double check on these things. Let's see. 4:30 a.m. What are you doing, buddy? Barely? Oh, what about now? Is that better? What are you doing, buddy? 4:30. 4:30 in the morning. I don't know what you're doing. On a Sunday for you? Turn the snare up. There's no snare in my headphones. Speaking of Eminem, dude, it's been so many people. Well, not so many people. That's a lie. Let me turn this. There we go. I want it blue. Yeah. Not so many people. But it's been quite a few people irritating the crap out of me, man. Bro is on mute. I'm muted? No, I haven't seen the new My Hero Academia episode. I'm actually behind a season. So, yeah, I have to get on the hype train. I'm just behind the season. The new season is the season I haven't seen, so I'll do that soon. I've been watching One Piece. I'm on episode, I think 300 now. I think that's where I'm at. I'm close to 300. So I've been doing that. Hold on. Okay. Yeah. So anyways, yeah. So I'm on episode 300 of One Piece. And by the way, you guys are a little behind. I totally forgot to change the latency. So I'm going to be a little behind, I guess. But let's see. Oh, Sebastian on the Eminem stuff. Okay, maybe I should. All right, I'll give my thoughts on this. All right, before we get into any Spurs stuff, I'll give you my thoughts on the Eminem album. All right, so here's the thing. Like, Sebastian, I'm assuming you saw like all my opinions on Eminem. Crap, hold on. On Twitter, because I've been kind of like going ridiculous on Twitter when it comes to this. So as a project, just as an overall project on what it is, I think that it's a little flimsy. Being honest, okay? Complete transparency. I think it's a little flimsy at times. Hold on, should I just do it like? Give me a second. Yeah. So I do think it's a little flimsy at times, you know, as far as what the messaging is, it gets a little blurred. Like, I understand that the whole concept is obviously Slim Shady comes back to life. He comes into 2024 and it's Eminem's way of gripping with, you know, some of the persona he used to have and not being able to, you know, separate drugs from what Slim Shady was, you know, like that was Slim Shady. It was a character that in real life was on a lot of drugs. Eminem struggled a lot. And it gave him the power to say whatever was on his mind. And it basically made him a superhero in a way. And it was just a way of life, right? But the one thing about Slim Shady, and I feel like it's missing in this album, is that Slim Shady also had very poignant points, if you get what I'm saying. Like, when he had something to say, even if it was controversial, even if it was insane, it was always a point to it. Even when it was funny and it was wild, there used to be a point to it. Now, sometimes he would go off the wall and it would just be some insane song. But even if you go back to Role Model, I mean, the whole point of it was, you know, people not taking care of their kids. Like, you're putting this on me. Yeah, I'm a controversial figure, but like, I can't raise your kids, you know? Like, don't you want to grow up to be like, that was the whole point. And all of it was some shade. This one, it was kind of weird because I couldn't tell if that was Slim Shady on how he felt or if that's how Eminem felt. Like when he started talking about cancel culture and trans people, and it's like, I know he's not transphobic. I mean, it's very obvious that Eminem isn't transphobic, but in this album, it was like, okay, if you're going to have the Slim Shady persona and do that, then I'm confused. Like it felt unironic at times. You know what I mean? Like, that was the thing. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Slim Shady back in the day was ironic. Like, he didn't say a lot of things unironically. That was the point. Like, that was the fun point of it. And this album, it's like, I can't really tell if you're being ironic or not at times. And that's what made it off. Now, with that being said, I do think that this is probably Eminem's 6th best album, like 5th or 6th. And as far as rapping, like pure hip hop, I don't want to hear anybody say that it's trash, because it is not trash. Like it is far from trash. It's only if you're comparing it to other Eminem projects that you might start putting it on a lower list. But as far as what he is and what he did on this album, it's a ridiculous amount of rapping. Like some phenomenal rapping, some phenomenal bars in here. It's on a god level of rapping. Like this is the rap god right here. Like that Fuel verse was insane, absolutely insane. And there's many of examples of that. So overall, I thought it was a few good things in there. That one song near the end, to Haley, Temporary, that made me cry. So it did make me cry. So that's a plus. I don't cry during songs, so that got to me. But yeah, bro has been exposed to the Dave Chappelle, Bill Burr, middle-aged rich guy thought process. I think so too, especially the Dave Chappelle thing. Like he made the Dave Chappelle joke in it. Has Bill Burr been? I thought Bill Burr is pretty. He's pretty topical and self-aware, right? I haven't listened to Bill Burr in a while. I haven't watched Bill Burr in a while. Eminem's a good rapper, and that's why I'm so critical of him. It's just one of those things where it feels like he can do better. He can do better. And for it to be 4 years, I thought that it would be a little bit more cohesive. I know a lot of people keep bringing up how cohesive it is. It is to an extent, but the message is lost, man. It's kind of like fumbly until you get to Guilty Conscience 2. Guilty Conscience 2 is dope, but like it is kind of all over the place at times where I'm like, okay, like the first song, okay, yeah, that's Slim Shady, right? Brand New Dance, that's Slim Shady. But then it's other songs in it where he says certain things, and I'm like, you're above that. Like, why are you doing this? And funny enough, I think one thing about, you know, when you're bringing up controversial topics, right? Because that's what he wanted to do. He wanted to bring up some controversial topics. And like who said that? It looked like you disappeared. It looked like your message disappeared for some reason. But when you said like he's in the same realm of like Dave Chappelle and, you know, those other guys, I think Eminem grew up off of South Park, and South Park is like my favorite adult cartoon, by the way. But one critique of South Park that I have is sometimes people get the message, because, you know, certain people just can't interpret messages right, so they get the message wrong on what South Park is trying to say. And I think sometimes South Park takes this like middle ground, or they take this like, it's great satire, but at the same time some people don't necessarily understand where your stance is on it. And that's where a lot of people start to say that South Park is a show that, you know, doesn't actually care about anything. And I don't think that that's true, but I think Eminem definitely kind of did that with this album, where it's like you need to make it a little bit more obvious what your stance is opposed to what Slim Shady is saying. And it just got blurred to the point where I'm like, I don't know what the point of this is, you know? Like, I know people are making fun of Trouble, where they like, he starts off as like F blind people, F deaf people, or whatever. But I think see, that's where it gets mixed up, because I think that that's ironic. Like, I know that he doesn't mean that. He doesn't actually care, but it's like, people can't tell because from each song you say something and it's like, what do you mean there? That freaking song, Road Rage. I don't like Road Rage. I think it was Road Rage, where it was about like fat phobia or whatever. I didn't like that. I was just like, dude, it's just like a old man yelling at the clouds right now. I don't like it. But besides the point, the only thing I get irritated with is if people listen to some of these songs and listen to these verses and say he can't rap or this is trash. It's not. It's like really good. It's still like, even Eminem with an album that I think is just like slightly above average for him. Even with an album like this, he's still better than your favorite rapper, you know? But yeah. Oh, it looks like we got a Clippers fan in here. Clippers signing Primo and Kevin Porter Jr., making me want me switch to being a full-time Spurs fan. Clippers assembling the Avengers of Felons. I think I saw something on the Clippers, and I think we could learn from the Clippers, okay? Has nothing to do with what you just said. But this right here, where is this? So this is, what is this? Is this the Clippers' new stadium? This is kind of insane. Wait, I need to put this on my earphones. Yeah, chat, check this out. And I can't tell if it's lights or there's like lights already on the chair. No, that's stupid. It's probably lights just shining. Yeah, it's just lights shining on it. Never mind. What the heck? 360 view. Is that not the most insane thing you've ever seen?
60 mode.
Look at that.
This is Terrence, man. You can see his birthday, when he was picked.
Dude, we gotta do something like this. This is insane. Lights on the chairs? I don't think there's lights on the chairs, is there?
Age, height, wingspan, size of his shoe, statistics. Congratulations on winning the Bob Lanier Community Assist Award. I don't know if you all know, but Terrence won.
That's insane. I really hope the Spurs, because we know that the Spurs are making creating a new stadium. It has to be this dope.
So when I acquired the team, I was very delighted that I wouldn't have to build an arena. No, seriously, it was like, wow. Because every other team I had looked at any time, whether it was Seattle for a while, and Sacramento maybe moving to Seattle, which of course the league said we couldn't do, whether it was Milwaukee, they all needed arenas, because that is a time at which teams might sell. And I said, this is great.
I know that there's been talk about Seattle getting a team again. That stadium is still up, right? The one that they had before. I don't even know what it was called. But
I got a team. It's in LA. And I don't need to build an arena. All good. 6 months later, we got to build an arena. We got to build a place that's our house. We got to put the energy in our house. We We don't want to play too many Monday nights against Monday Night Football. We don't want to play as many Saturday games. We don't want to have to cover up banners of other guys in order for it to at least feel marginally like our house. It's got to be our house. It took me 6 months, and I went from, oh, we don't have to build one, to, oh, we're going to build one. And luckily, my partner, guy I went to college with, he's in the real estate business. He said, we can do this. And he was pushing me to build an arena.
But anyways, yeah, I just wanted to show you guys this because that is like absolutely insane. Oh, wait, no, there's more. Look at this. What the heck? Look at this. The Spurs, look, we're a much better franchise than the Clippers, okay? But I hope we take after the Clippers on this one.
We are back at the Intuit Dome. It's time for one more tour. The plaza in front of the arena has a court for fans to use at a 40 by 7.
A court for the fans, bro? Yo. A court for the fans? Are we serious? You can hoop before the game? Dude.
70-foot art piece by Rafik Gandal that is just so mesmerizing. As you walk towards the arena, you'll see this massive ship by Glenn Kino with hoops from all around the world as the sail. Into the arena, you pass over a note from the biggest fan of all, Steve Ballmer. Inside Intuit Dome, the court is already installed with all the LED lights in the seats, and yes, every single seat has a USB-C plug.
Oh, that seat looked kind of dirty. What's going on? What's going on with that? I don't like that seat. But it comes with a USB for you to charge your phone?
Seat has a USB-C plug-in. Here's the Clippers locker room, which, I mean, come on, look at this thing. The details are awesome, and there's a ton of room for shoes. Connected to the locker room is a practice facility, which is massive. Throughout the concourse, there's an old center court logo and a jersey from every single high school in California. In the halls of Intuit Dome, there is Court B, which is a community court. Intuit Dome is really the next cathedral of basketball, and I can't wait.
This is like going to an amusement park. Dude, I swear, dude, we have to get on this level. Like I said, we're a much better franchise, but we have to get on this level. Oh, I was about to click on this, but that is a Paul George clip, and I already know Paul George does not take kindly to people going over his content. He already copyrighted me. So. Oh, you're right. There are lights on the. I'm so sorry. Who told me that there were lights on here? Sebastian? My favorite rapper is Kendrick. I ain't mad at that. I love Kendrick Lamar. Man. And that's perfect for you trying to find your seat. What do these buttons do? This is insane, dude. What is this? This is the coolest stadium. This got to be by far the best stadium in the NBA, right? Like, it's not even close. A court for the fans is an insane, awesome idea. Just go out there and hoop. Absolutely beautiful, bro. I would want to go there for a concert. That would be cool. The buttons are you control the players. That's obvious. What? That's so cool. Yeah, so this is where the Spurs, I hope we do something like this. Let's see, Spurs reporter put, the Dome is being funded entirely through private means. The primary financer is Clippers owner Steve Ballmer, who has invested significantly in the project. The total cost of the arena is estimated to be around $2 billion. No taxpayer dollars were used. $2 billion. That's crazy. I don't know. Really cool. I hope we get on that level. Now, if the Spurs did do something like this, if you did something like this, you got to find a place to put your banners, right? Now, Clippers don't have banners, But we have to figure it out, all right? That will be our problem, all right? That's our first world problem. I don't know where we would put the banners if we did something like this. Dude, I really hope we're on this level. I will be shocked if we're not. We literally have Wembanyama, okay? And the Clippers have nobody. Like, I will not be shocked if we did something as cool as this. You were totally right, man. It's literally on the seat. That is so cool. I'm excited. Can you watch anything on stream, or do you have to worry about getting copyright strike? It depends on what it is. Well, what you got in mind? Good stuff, man. Cool stuff. Yeah, I definitely want to. Our arena would definitely not cost as much given our location, but I think it should be like a sports hub. Dude, it got to be that cool. Have you seen the new Nike commercial featuring Wemby? Yeah, I actually did a react video to it, but I haven't uploaded it yet. By the way, guys, I'm gonna be gone for like a week and a half this upcoming week. Now, here's some good news, okay? I did finish the Jeremy Sochan video. I know a lot of people were like, when is the Sochan? I finished the Sochan video. That is done. I just got to get a thumbnail for it, and I'll probably upload it probably Monday. I can just work on it tomorrow as far as the thumbnail and everything. I'll probably just upload it Monday. But I'm going to be gone starting Tuesday all the way to the next like Thursday. So I'm going to be gone. So I got to get a lot of videos out. It's funny because people are like, why are you so behind on stuff? It's like, well, I do 2 videos a day. So inevitably certain things I'm just going to be like, I'll just upload it later. You got us winning in game 4 in the finals? What are we talking about? Just like I decide to stream, can I watch YouTube videos and stuff with viewers, or will it get copyright strike? Like I said, it just depends on what it is. Like if you're doing something like a TV show or movie or something, yeah, it could get copyright strike. Just like normal YouTube videos or people talking about stuff. And yeah, usually you're good. Unless people are like jerks about it, which they really shouldn't be. Like I wouldn't mind somebody like reacting to one of my videos or something. Like I wouldn't care. Yes, he's bad. Didn't you see him bounce the ball off of the dude's head in the commercial? What are we talking about? Clan, not the commercial. I'm talking about the recent one. Oh, not the commercial? It was a... Yeah, Am I a Bad Person? That was the commercial, yeah. Yeah, that's the one I reacted to. I thought it was a commercial. That was pretty cool. Yeah, with William Dafoe. That was cool. South almost destroyed Team USA. That they did. All right, let's go to YouTube. I asked some people, not some people, I asked a lot of people questions. Let's see here. Where is it? Heck yeah, they do. I just saw this comment. Does the new Spurs stadium have to rival the Clippers' new stadium? Gosh darn right they do. Bro, you've been hyping up the Jeremy Sochan video on Spurs invasion for a hot minute. Drop it. What would the Spurs look like in return for? What would the Spurs look for in return for a Keldon Johnson trade? I don't even know who's available right now, nor do I know who even wants Keldon Johnson. Is Alex Hara a bust? It's way too early to know. All right. Well, we can start with this one. Here we go. Oops. Is that it? Okay. All right. Okay. All right. All right. So I asked you guys some questions, and I'm going to go through all of the ones that I think are decent. But we can start with the ones at the bottom, which you can't even see it because I'm cutting it off. I'm sorry. But there's two people in a row. And it says, how is Collins still on the team? And then someone else says, why do we still have Collins? Those are the topics they want to go over. Okay, so here's my thing, okay? Just real talk. I understand that Zach Collins is not the ideal backup center to Wemby, nor did it really work out that well when he was starting with Wemby. We thought that he could be someone that stretched the floor a little bit better. Wemby can really take advantage of the post. But another thing we were not aware of was how great Wemby actually is in all facets of the game. And he's very difficult to play with. You can even see how he plays with France, or played with France, in which they're even having a hard time giving him the ball and adjusting to him on the court. Zach Collins is not a bad player. He is not by any means a bad player. I think it came down to him adjusting to getting Wemby. And not only that, he's coming off of a season in which he was basically our main big man, right? Like, he was the main guy that we were kind of going to when it was all said and done. And he just had to adjust. And even this past season, I have a theory that I want to throw at you, okay? He started off really bad as far as three-point shooting. Like, we can see here in the month of October, 11% from three, 33% from three in November, 37.8 in December, so that was much better. And then he dropped all the way to 13% in February. So I have a theory, okay? Because, and I'm only going off of what I've seen for the Spurs community, Twitter, other social medias. It seemed like a lot of Spurs fans kind of fell off from watching quite a bit after the month of January. Like, it was a lot of people that were just like, I'm kind of done, right? Like, this is ridiculous. I got better things to do. This team is hard to watch. I'm tired of all these losses. And yeah, people kind of turned their brain off a little bit. And I think it was a big enough sample size of Zach Collins adjusting to his role coming off the bench, adjusting to whatever the Spurs need for him, for people to just kind of be turned off by him. But once you hit February and he came more into himself and into what the Spurs needed of him, he actually played really well from three. After February, that is. He played really well. Like, you can see in March, he averaged 42.9% from three. April was 41.2% from three. So I think that a lot of people just weren't paying attention near the end when it was all said and done. And the Spurs started winning more games near the end of the season as well. And I don't know. I just think him and the team as a whole going into the season are just better, well equipped. But Zach Collins, like I said, he's not a backup center. I think that's one thing that's an issue. Like, we saw him get taken advantage of, specifically from Şengün. I think a lot of people talked about that game. He got whooped by Şengün. But overall, I thought he's been playing pretty well. I think he's getting a lot of hate unnecessarily, and maybe our expectations or certain expectations were just too high. But as far as his career goes, and how things have gone, I feel like he's been pretty doggone good with the Spurs. And Lord knows he's played more games with us than he did any of his last few seasons. 2022-23 was 63 games played, and then this season 69 games played. But yeah, I think we would appreciate him much more if he could make up for it with his three-point shooting. Luckily for us, though, Zach Collins has been on record now saying that that's what he's been nonstop working at, is making sure that he can shoot his threes in a consistent clip. I don't think he will ever fully recover his athleticism. Oh, no. And I think he knows that as well, Gregory. Like, I think he knows that. and that's why he's just focusing in on being a 3-point shooter. It's very similar to when we got Richard Jefferson. It's similar when we brought in Pau Gasol. Like, your role has to change, right? If you're going to get consistent minutes, your role has to change. And he knows that his role is going to have to be, I got to knock down threes. And we shouldn't have to rely on him in any other aspect of the game. So, yeah, I think he gets a lot of hate. I mean, it's not like I sit here and praise Zach Collins all the time or anything. It's just, I don't know. I guess my expectations just aren't as high. And I would much rather us get a legitimate center that can back up Wemby. And I think Zach Collins would look better in his power forward role. But hey, guess we have to wait and see. Yeah, he turned the ball over a lot. It's kind of weird, man, because you look at his stats from last season and this season, and it's actually not that different. I think the percentage-wise is huge, though. The three-point percentage is huge. I think that's why a lot of people hate him this season. But as far as turnovers, yeah, season prior was 2, and I don't think any of us really talked about that. And then he averaged 2 again. And his first season, he averaged 1.6. Şengün missed a lot and not sure. I'd say Wemby got whooped by Şengün. I didn't say Wemby. I said Collins. I said Collins. No, Wemby didn't get whooped by Şengün. Wemby actually blocked Şengün a lot, and I think he was in foul trouble that game. Let's see. I think it was this one. Let's see. Wemby had 4 personal fouls. But I was talking about Zach Collins. I felt like he went at Zach Collins quite often. Oh, Wemby had 6 turnovers. Wemby was turning the ball over a lot too. Wemby did too, though. Yes, he did. Yeah, because of Şengün. Oh, sorry. Was talking to guys in the chat. Oh, sorry. Yeah. But yeah. Anyways, yeah. To answer your question, Mr. Films and MTJ, that's my answer. Okay. Why do we still have Collins? It's kind of because we don't really have a choice. I mean, and he's not that good. He's not that bad. Okay, he's not that bad. It's all right. No, dude. Wemby can guard Şengün. Wemby can guard Şengün. Crazy. That game, they let the Rockets be super physical. Yeah, they put us in a really weird spot. He can guard Şengün. I think he got in foul trouble really early, and it forced him to play a certain way. Like, he had to be more hesitant. Who's available right now? I just saw your comment. Let me see. actually don't know, guys. I think let's see. One thing we can do. Let's see, who is it? I'm trying to see what team, because you said who would I trade Keldon for, but I'm trying to see what teams were even interested in him prior. Bucks? If it was Bucks, that would be a good one. Like Brook Lopez. Is Brook Lopez still available right now? They never trade him, right? Nas Reed. My favorite, DeAndre Hunter. Nick Claxton. There's no way. I don't think you'll get Nick Claxton for Keldon. Oh, they're talking about something else. I don't know. I don't think I want to answer that question because I genuinely don't know. I just know that Keldon on this team just doesn't work. Got a question here. What do you think about Booyah? I think that's how you say the name, right? He's been showing out in the summer league. Yeah, he's been. Not only has he been showing out, he's actually been really clutch as well. Hold on, let me see. Let's look up a Booyah clip. Booyah. I think it's Booyah. Let's see here. Yeah, look at this clutchness. Some Kobe stuff right here. Bang. He's a pure scorer for sure. Wait a minute. Dude, that doesn't look real. Hold on. This person clapping right here doesn't look like a real person. That doesn't look like a real person. Am I crazy? It literally looks like a 2K NPC. Look at it. Oh, that's creepy. Oh, that's creepy. But yeah, anyways. Yeah, he's been showing out. You want to know my thoughts on him? I think that he is a good player. I don't know what else you want me to say. I think he's a really good player. I could definitely see the Spurs putting him on. Because right now, what is our two-way... Chat, what is our two-way contracts looking like right now? Let's see. San Antonio... Spurs two-way. Because I don't know if we have anyone on a two-way. Do you guys know? He's 25. Of course, he plays mature. It's Booyah. Okay. I mean, I really like him. So City Sissoko. What wasn't David? No, wait. Do we still have David Duke on a two-way? Or did we sign Booyah to the two-way? Okay, Booyah is on a two-way. Okay. Yeah. So nothing changes there. Yeah, I like him. I think he could be a decent rotational player, you know. I won't speculate on whether or not he can be like the guy coming off the bench or anything. Like, I don't know about all of that, you know. You got to keep in mind, dude, the Spurs roster right now, I don't know if there's any room for him to come in and make any noise. If everything remains the way that it is right now, there's no way in the heck he comes in, right? All right, so Don Barlow's gone. But you have Harrison Barnes this season. Charles Bassey, he's definitely going to be getting minutes. Just think about everyone that's going to get minutes, or especially the guards, okay? Malachi Branham, if everything remains the same, Malachi Branham will be getting his. Stephon Castle will definitely be getting his. I saw some people speculating on whether or not he should come go to the G League to work on his game. That's silly. No, of course not. Julian Champagnie, I know a lot of people don't like him, but I think that he's a player that will benefit from coming off the bench, and he's going to be much better coming off the bench for us. He has pretty high basketball IQ. He can get really hot from three, and he plays good defense. Like, I don't see any reason for him not to come off the bench. You know, I think at the end of the day, you know, it is Summer League, and I'm not trying to diminish any of the talent that they're going against, okay? But you got to keep in mind, it is Summer League, and at the end of the day, you know, these players, it might not be the best, you know, situation if they're on our team taking minutes away from Malachi or Julian Champagnie. Let's just be real, okay? If it was Malachi Branham out there, if it was Blake Wesley right there, and they're in this stage of their development, and they were in the Summer League right now, they would also be looking very impressive. So those are my thoughts on that. But I also would like Harrison Ingram to get some minutes, right? Like, there's a lot of players on our team right now that I think should get minutes over him. But I mean, we can keep an eye on him, you know, especially in the G League. We can make sure, see what's going on. I know some people have brought up his height, because yeah, he is a short guy, right? And he plays more like a shooting guard than a, you know, point guard, or what the Spurs would actually, you know, need, and that can be a little tough for us as well. I just don't see any room for him right now, you know. There's no one on our team in the main roster that I would give him minutes ahead of. Any minutes ahead of. Harrison Ingram is going to the G-Man. I mean, yeah, he probably is. I didn't say he wasn't. I was just saying that I would rather... my only point is I would rather Harrison Ingram get minutes than Booyah. I just don't see any reality in which he gets a lot of minutes, unless the Spurs trade away quite a few guys and then inevitably he comes in. But I don't know, or some injuries. I don't know. He's a bucket getter, not a floor general. Exactly. And with him being 6'2", that makes it a little iffy. He's also 180 pounds. I thought he weighed a little bit more than that. 180 pounds, huh? Yeah. Just no one I would put him ahead of. That's all. But I have been watching him. I have been paying attention. I just wouldn't get my hopes too high when it comes to the Summer League, you know? That's all I got to say on that. Okay, I've seen this question. Amado? Is that how I think that's how I say your name. If I'm saying it wrong, I'm really sorry in the chat. You said is Castle starting? You are not the only person that's asked me that question. I think I don't know if someone asked me on this thread or someone asked me on Twitter. It might have been on Twitter. I don't know if it was on. Yeah, I don't think it was on this thread. Yeah, I think no. I don't think he starts. I feel like he would have started if it weren't for getting Chris Paul, you know. But since we got Chris Paul, there's no way that he starts, right? I think it's even been known, or Chris Paul has said. Let's see, wants to start. I think Chris Paul said he wants to start Here it is. Paul is expected to start next season for the Spurs. Paul can literally put Wembanyama in position, give him easier looks. All right, so we know Chris Paul is starting. That's easy, right? Like everyone knows Chris Paul is starting. But also, we also know that Devin Vassell will start. Like there's no ands, ifs, or buts about that. And while it hasn't been said, I will be very confused if the Spurs didn't start Harrison Barnes, because he's the exact position that we need. Now, the thing is, while Stephon Castle is versatile enough to play 1 to 3, like he's that versatile with his size and with the way that he plays, he can basically play any position from 1 to 3. I don't necessarily think that that's what the Spurs will do or what they'll be going for, because you're going to want Stephon Castle to play in that point guard position as much as possible. I think my only question, and I think he fits because of the type of player he is. He fits with almost any type of player that you put on the team. But I guess my question would be, how will the Spurs utilize Trey Jones? But as far as Castle is concerned, no. I don't think that he starts. Now, before we got Harrison Barnes, I thought that, yes, I thought inevitably he would start at the 3, right? And that would be totally fine. I didn't think that, Spurs probably would have started with Julian Champagnie initially, but I thought that he was going to move into that spot pretty quickly. But yeah, now that Harrison Barnes is here, I think our starting lineup is pretty obvious, right? You're gonna have Chris Paul, Devin Vassell, and by the way, this is a really good starting 5, mind you. This is actually a genuinely good starting 5. Like I think this is a competitive starting 5. But Chris Paul, Devin Vassell, Harrison Barnes, Jeremy Sochan, and Wimpy. Like, oh, what'd you say? Hold on, I missed it. I missed something. Then what about Trey Jones? That's what I'm saying. Because I promise you, Pop ain't DNPing Trey. The good thing about Trey Jones, well, not Trey Jones, sorry. The good thing about Stephon Castle is, like I said, he can fit with anybody. And Trey Jones has also done. Let me say this as well, okay? Because I probably need to put this out there. So Trey Jones has done a good job this past season of improving his 3-point percentage and being a pretty okay catch and shooter from 3. And that was something I was not expecting at all, right? He went from 28.5% to 33.5%. You can see his free throw percentage has always been pretty doggone good. But I think that that's really promising as well. And keep in mind, Trey Jones is not like a scrub on the defensive end of the ball either. Like the only thing that holds him back is his size. But as far as just fundamental defense, he's a pretty good defender. So I'm not really worried about Trey Jones being on the court with Stephon Castle at the same time. And Castle has already shown with UConn that he can do both. He can be a starting, not starting point. He can, but he can be a primary ball handler, or he can just be someone in the roster that's taking advantage of cutting angles and taking advantage of the defense and being in the right place and everything like that. Like he could just be a fine rotational player. He has a very high floor and a very high ceiling. And if the Spurs want to just spend this season with Trey Jones being the main point guard off the bench, Chris Paul teaching Stephon Castle the ropes, and at times he can run point guard, he's going to be fine. He's the perfect type of player that you want at that position. Those combo guards, like he's perfect. He can basically do anything the Spurs need of him. I'm not really worried about it. Him next to Trey Jones is not a mismatch. It's not a problem. Yeah. Now, I will say this: if the Spurs were to go into this draft and just got a pure point guard, like early on in the draft, and they were like, "Oh, we're just gonna go with a pure point guard," then I think we would have some problems. I think we would have a few problems. But yeah, Trey Jones and Stephon Castle play well off of each other. I'm not worried about it. What's up? Okay, question. Okay, we'll get to that in a minute. I have no idea what you even mean by that. Sochan can play 4, Castle can't. All right, that seems like a whole nother topic. But anyways, Stephon Castle starting. I don't think that that's going to happen. I don't even think it's a good idea when you have Harrison Barnes. Like, I think that's just a better starting lineup with Castle coming off the bench at this point. It's not a problem though. I mean, let's be real. Chris Paul is probably going to be gone at the end of the season. Maybe even Harrison Barnes. The Spurs might trade both of them before the trade deadline. So Chris Paul can go to a winner. But Chris Paul has also been on record saying that he wants to get minutes. Like, that's his main thing is I want to play. I want to get minutes. So, who knows? I wish we have Nunez and give him some time. He said Spain didn't even use him. Give him some time. It's all right. All right, so I don't even know what this question is from the chat, but the question was Sochan or Castle. I have no idea what you mean by that. You said I gas up Sochan, so I don't know. I don't even know what. I have no idea what you mean. I don't even know what that question is. Can you explain? Can you elaborate a little bit what you mean by that? I can try my best to answer it. Who do I think is the best player right now? Is that the question? Sochan, probably? I don't know. Let's just hope Sochan makes a leap. Castle's gonna learn. It's not where you start, it's where you finish. Castle ain't worried about none of that. Okay, so Sochan or Castle. All right. I hate having to, because I think this is really just I feel like this is kind of a bait. Oh, okay, that's what you mean. If I had to keep one. That's a terrible question. Why would you ask me that? Gosh. All right. If I had to keep one, I'm probably keeping Sochan, but I love both of them as a player. I think Castle will be really good. No, he is going to be really good. The only reason why I would say I probably would keep Sochan is just because these type of players are pretty hard to find. And with the upcoming draft, you have so many super talented guards that you could probably find them there. That's all I'm saying. That's not a hard question. That is a hard question. That's a hard question. Yo. Dude, I don't think it's that you're joking. No, I don't think it's that crazy. All right. The amount of hate that Sochan gets is absolutely ridiculous. Okay. I know statistic wise, he's not like freaking, LeBron James, right? You not expect him to be, but his ability to guard 1 through 4 and on occasion 5, you should see the percentages when like a player like Jaren Jackson had to go against him, like he couldn't score at all. But he can guard 1 through 4. He has a lot of versatility at that size. He's a great connector. He brings a certain amount of culture. He brings a certain amount of toughness, some nastiness. Like, he's that type of piece that you gonna need if you're gonna be winning multiple championships. And the likes of Dennis Rodman and the likes of Draymond Green. Like, this is a type of player that I don't think you just get any draft. And that's not me trying to talk bad about Stephon Castle, because I love Stephon Castle. Don't get me wrong. I love me some Stephon Castle. It's only if I have to choose between the two, then I'm choosing Sochan, because I know this upcoming draft is ridiculous as far as guards. That's all I'm saying. And also, I mean, I'm not jumping on what Patrick Beverly said. Okay, I'm not a Patrick Beverly, type believer with Sochan. I mean, that dude really went. Hold on, let me show you guys this clip. I don't know if you guys remember this. Patrick Beverly really believes in Sochan. And that's fair. You say I think Castle has a higher upside, develop into a superstar. Sochan kind of has a ceiling. He's a Spur though. It's all contextualized, okay? It's all contextualized. The only reason why I'm saying it is because the next draft is that much better. Like, if in this make-believe world we've created, I only get to keep one. That's why I would only keep Sochan, because I know that he's a piece that is very important to a championship, and you know, as far as a not just championship team, but as far as dynasties are concerned, you need that type of player. But also, this upcoming draft is ridiculous as far as guard. So that's where I'm just not that, you know, if I have to choose, I don't want to choose. Anyways, Patrick Beverly Sochan.
Jeremy Sochan, colorful Dennis Rodman looking hair, who was barking at Devin Booker early on in the season.
Well, every blue moon, like, you get a superstar out of nowhere, right? And I don't mean nowhere. I mean, like, people didn't think Kawhi Leonard was gonna be a superstar when he first came to the NBA. He gives me those vibes.
Whoa.
Yeah, he gives me elite player vibe.
Whoa.
Yeah, he's tough as shit. You can't punk him. He's a fucking sponge. His motor is so fucking high. Like, he got everything you ask for in a basketball player, and with size. So, like, sky's the limit for that kid. He can play off the block, small defenders, like, over time, over strength, over repetition. Spurs, you know, they cross every T, dot every I. He's in a really good position. I'm very excited to see how he looks.
What was it like playing against him? Have you ever faced him in your career?
I faced him. He went at me twice. Like, usually people go at me. I bump their ass, you know, take them off their route, and then they, you know, give it up. He go at me. I think I get blocked. He go at me again. I get still. I list motherfucker crazy. But he don't get no fuck.
So he earned your respect in
Hell
that moment.
Yeah.
Jeremy
Amado, what are you talking about? Clan, I'm telling you, you're going to understand how wrong you are about this What am I wrong about? I don't even know what am I wrong about? Oh, because you said Castle can be making top dollars as an all-star or role player. That's how adaptable he is. When did I disagree with you? This is all contextual. This is why it's a hypothetical, right? You said Sochan or Castle, and if I have to choose, I'm only choosing Sochan because next draft is ridiculous. That's why. What is this? I know that this is a rarity. This type of player is a rarity. I don't think there's many, you know, Sochans in this upcoming draft as far as what his position is and what he brings. It's like, okay, I would rather keep him and then go after another guard if I had to. But dude, I agree with you. I did a whole, like, on my Spurs invasion, I did a whole video on how great I think he can be. Yeah, I know. Stephon Castle is the man. But just think of the fit. Well, that's what I'm thinking about. That's my point. The fit thing is my point. I'm not saying you're wrong. Oh, I'm confused. 6'10", small forward, power forward. Pretty sure he's 6'9". But yeah, this 6'9" guy who can be a amplifier for other players. Great connector, great defender, high basketball IQ. Like those types of guys are very valuable, you know, to stop the LeBron Jameses of the world. I know you're not hating on Castle either. Yeah, he really can't shoot. Dude, that's like literally it. Like that's literally anybody's critique of Sochan is just, oh, he can't shoot, but he's been improving. Like in college, he was really terrible in college. Hold on, can we see in college? Let's see. College 3-point percentage was 29.6%. Free throw percentage wasn't even 60. He didn't even hit 60%. So once he got to the Spurs, he worked on it. It bumped up to 69.8%, so over 10%. And then the season after that, it bumped almost another 10%. So he's improving. He went from 24.6% to 30.8%. And even this season, I'm pretty sure he started off pretty strong, and then it fell off near the end. So, yeah, he doesn't have the best three-point shot in the world, but it's definitely improving. It's not something where he's shying away from it. It's not something where, we should really be, worried too much. Month of October, 25%, terrible. November, 46.7%. And then 32.5% came back down to earth a little bit. January, 27.5%. And then the end of the season is when he just completely fell off. 19% and 22%. That brought it all the way down to that 30%. But he's been fine. He still is really bad. He's not bad. He's a really good player. He's just one of those players that it takes a lot of nuance to understand how he's impacting the game. And he's going to be one of those guys, too, that you're not going to be able to necessarily look at statistics and say, oh, this is what he brings. You're going to have to look at advanced statistics, unfortunately. Like, you're going to have to look at how well did he guard, specific players. Like, I've had people bring up, because I said, man, he's done a really good job on Luka Doncic. And then people say, what do you mean he did a good job? He went 50 on Sochan's head. And it's like, well, when Sochan was guarding him, he shot 18.8% from 3. You get what I'm saying? Like, when Sochan was on him, unfortunately, our team just isn't that good defensively. I don't know. Clan, with all respect, it hasn't improved at all. I don't know what to tell you, dog. Objectively, you're just wrong. It has improved. Like, I don't know. Clan, it hasn't improved at all. I don't know what I can show you to show that his shooting has improved. It's right here. Unless you think ESPN is just lying. Okay, if I'm wrong, I will own up to it, Clan. I promise you. But it has improved. What are the advanced stats to look at for defense? Oh, sure. What you do is you type in Jeremy. You can literally just type in Jeremy Sochan stats in Google. And then you can go to NBA. And you go to stats. And then from here, you go to profile. And you can go to matchups. Actually, it's not matchups. I'm sorry. It's tracking. Tracking. And then you go to defense. And sorry, I got to change it to regular season. And then from here, oh, wait a minute. This isn't it. Maybe it was matchups. Wait. Okay, it was matchups. Sorry, it wasn't tracking. It was matchups. Yeah, so you go to matchups, and then you can see exactly how well he guarded each player. Right? You can do totals, or you can do pre-game or per game. And we can see how well he guarded these players. So, for instance, Luka Doncic averaging 6.6 or 6.2 minutes matchups in the course of 4 games. He scored 12 points. He averaged 12 points, that is. And field goal percentage was 51.3%. And three-point percentage was 18.8%. And then you can go down to, like, I know everyone talks about LeBron. LeBron, 6.3 minutes. LeBron scored 10 points, averaged 10 points, but his percentage was 43.8%. What's another one that was, like, really impressive this past season? Anthony Edwards. So Anthony Edwards, in the course of 4 games, when he averaged being on him nearly 5 minutes, Anthony Edwards averaged about 5 points, but he only shot... he only shot 39.1% and 33.3% from 3. So yeah, like when he's head to head and when he's actually guarding you, he does a pretty good job. And if you don't think that this is impressive, you can go and you can also go to other players that you would consider great defenders and see how well they did. And I kid you not, he is up there as far as how well he got. And the most impressive thing I think about this whole thing is the versatility of the guys that he guarded. Like, there's so many different positions that he guarded, and he did a great job on them. SGA, right? SGA 3 games. So the course of 3 games, he averaged, let's see. Sorry, I need to scroll down a little bit. He averaged 7.3 points and shot 42.9% from the field. Bet. I'm gonna go try that out. Yeah. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Like if you want to look at, how well he plays against specific players. Because a lot of times after games, people just automatically say like, "Oh well, Luka Doncic put up this amount of points." It's like, yeah, on everybody else, he wasn't guarding them the whole time. Yeah, he wasn't guarding them the whole time. I know he did a number on he did a number on Donovan Mitchell one of those games, but I guess Donovan Mitchell got the best of him the second game. Because you can see here, Donovan Mitchell shot 53.3%, 37.5%. It was one game where he did really well on him. I know I mentioned Jaren Jackson. Hold on, let me see if I can find Jaren Jackson's. Just to give us a little. All right, here we go. Jaren Jackson. So you can see here, Jaren Jackson shot 5.7 points per game, 38.1 field goal percentage, 25% from three. And that's when Sochan was guarding him over the course of 3 games. But yeah, good stuff. Where do you think Devin Vassell's defense stands? I don't quite know what you mean by that. You want to just look at it? We can look at it. We can see how well he played against guys. I know people call Devin Vassell a 3-and-D quite often, which I guess technically he is. I just don't think that he is he's no lockdown defender, and I don't think anybody really claims he is. I don't think he's really that much of a point of attack defender. He's more of somebody out there that's not going to be a liability. And also he plays the lanes exceptionally well, right? So if he's surrounded around defenders, I think he can really shine. Like he can get quite a few steals per game just by having better defenders around him. Oh, let's see here. Let's go regular season. So you wanted to see how well he did against certain guys defensively. Hold on, we'll do per game. Let's see. And a lot of those games, the Spurs literally had Sochan guarding everybody, okay? So we're not going to I don't think we're going to have a bunch of stats where Devin Vassell is on the best player. Like you can even see right off the bat, if you go and you look at Jeremy Sochan's, you have like Steph Curry, LeBron James, like his non-stop superstars on who he was matched up against. But you look at Devin Vassell, and that's not necessarily the case. So I think even the Spurs kind of know that. But with all things considered, let's see. Miles McBride, so that's who he guarded the most this season, at least averaged the most minutes against. And McBride shot 5 points. Hit 5 points, 100%, but he only had 2 field goal attempts. So I don't know if we don't even care about that. Let's see any noticeable names. All right, Colin Sexton. Here's one. So in the course of 3 games, Colin Sexton shot 6.7 points while he guarded him, an average of 6 minutes. Ooh, his field goal percentage was 64.3%. Okay, so he definitely took advantage of when Devin Vassell was on him. Yeah, there's no noticeable names here that we would really care about. Paul George, that's a good one. Let's see. See how well he did against Paul George. Of course, in 2 games, averaged 4.4 minutes playing him. Looks like 6.5 points Paul George shot. His percentage 50%, 50% from 3 as well. So he did. He did okay. Just overall, I don't think Devin Vassell is like a lockdown defender or nothing like that. Nor do the Spurs even use him in that way. I think that's another thing too, is in these games, the reason why because Devin Vassell never gets any criticism for defense, which he shouldn't. He shouldn't get any criticism for defense. But I think the reason why Sochan would get criticism over Devin is because during the course of these games, when you're just watching it, you're not paying attention to stats. You're just noticing that Luka Doncic is going off this game, right? And what you also notice is who's guarding him. Well, most of the time, Sochan is guarding him, or a good chunk of the time, Sochan is guarding him. So you just automatically make the connection in your head. Sochan is a bad defender. He's doing a bad job. But in actuality, you have to look at how well they played when Sochan was on them, and how well certain players played when Devin Vassell was on them. And you can see here, right off the bat, guys, like, Popovich doesn't put Devin Vassell in a position where he has to guard the team's best player. Like, it's rare. Like, he doesn't have to. So, obviously, when he doesn't have to, and then you see him get a steal here and there, you're going to automatically assume, oh, he's a phenomenal defender. And I think he's a good defender. I just don't think he's like... I don't know if I want to categorize him as a 3-and-D. He's a good help defender. He's great in the lanes, you know. He utilizes his size well. He doesn't get taken advantage of. It's just we're not putting him on the toughest matchups at all. Like a few names here was Paul George, and Paul George did well. Bradley Beal, maybe, if you want to count him. You see 3.5 points, 37.5 field goal percentage. So he did well on him. I think everyone did well on Bradley Beal at times. In terms of versatility of defense, Sochan is the best on the team. Oh, yeah, easily. Yeah. Clan, just so you know, I have no issue with Sochan on defense. Well, yeah. I think when we were talking about that other topic, the only thing with Sochan that, like, when you say like, oh, he's not that good, or you like diminish it, it's like defense is exceptionally important, right? Like, yeah, you can have a broken shot, and that's not good. You got to keep working on it, but he's been working on it. But other aspects of the game is so elite, in my opinion, that you can't just say, oh, well, you know, he's whatever, you know. I don't think that's fair. But he's a good spacer and post ISO scorers. Sochan is more than a defender. He's a good connector, good screen setter, good rebounder. Yeah. You're exactly right. And you can't take away his attitude as well to the game. But yeah. Anyways, just to answer the question, I forgot who answered or asked the question. I'm sorry. But about my thoughts on Devin. Those are my thoughts. I think he's great offensively, and then defensively, I think he's average, if not slightly above average. Just for the heck of it, let's look at his stats for this last season. 1.1 steal. He's pretty consistent with his steals. He's been averaging 1.1 steals since 2021. He's a good passer as well. That's one thing I think he doesn't get a lot of credit for. He's a really good passer. Devin Vassell made some passes. I'm trying to think. I'm starting to think back. Devin Vassell made some passes this season where it was like, where the heck is that coming from? Where did that come from? Yeah. Like literally, the only negative thing you can say about Sochan is he needs to work on his shooting. Like everything else, I feel like I don't know why would we even trip about it. Thank you for answering. Okay, it was Jake who said it. Okay, yeah, you're welcome, man. Good question. Good question. I ain't mad at that at all. All right, hold on, guys. Give me 1 second. What? Derek White, there is no way. Hey, no Vassell like this. What? What are we talking about? I'm so confused. Oh, that criticism. So Derek in the chat brought up something about Devin Vassell, and I didn't like that criticism when Charles Barkley said it. So basically, you said he's solid with terrible shot selection, and I know Barkley brought that up. I don't know if it's the fact that Devin Vassell has bad shot selection rather than those are just the shots that are available because our team wasn't that good. You know? I mean, before I never thought. Let me go ahead and get this out of the way, okay? As far as will Devin Vassell become a superstar in the NBA, I don't know about any of that. All right, I'm not necessarily concerned or worried about any of that. But one thing about him that I will say is he's far better than what I was very wrong about Devin. He's far better than what I thought he was going to be. Because I thought Devin Vassell would more than likely just be more of a catch and shoot player, decent defender, good catch and shoot 3-point shooter, and that's that on that. But the amount of the type of shots that he was able to knock down at at 37% from three was very impressive in my opinion. I mean he hit some shots that it blew me away, and I don't know if it's bad shot selection from him or if it's just the fact that he has to take those shots, you know. But he's done a really good job of making his handles more crisp. He's no longer having in his head what he's going to do before he does it, because that was one thing I hated from the past seasons, is that it was always like, oh, you were going to do that move regardless of what the defense gave you. But now I think he's reading the defense much better and reacting as he should. So, I mean, he's been doing nothing but improving, right? First year, 40%, 43, 44, 47% field goal percentage. He's far better than what I expected him to be. I'll be honest. He's far better. Vassell's a tough shot maker. He is a tough shot maker. Just people act like he's untouchable. I like him, not trying to get rid of him. Oh, well, as far as what our team is right now, I think he is kind of close to untouchable, honestly. Like, there's nothing on the table that I would get rid of Devin Vassell for right now. Like, there's no one on the table that I think that's worth doing that with. I know that there's been rumors about Lowry marketing, right? And like that they wanted Devin Vassell for Lowry. I don't think that's silly to me. I don't think we need to do that. But right now, everything, I say this all the time, but this is just my opinion. I think everything is contextualized. Everything is contextual. Like, we're not playing, NBA 2K where it's just this player for this player, this player for this player, or just how good is this player? Like, it's about fit. It's about what position are we in right now. It's about what their contract looks like. And me personally, I don't think that there's any reality in which, especially with Devin Vassell's contract, any reality in which I want to move Devin Vassell, or I think that moving Devin Vassell will make us better in the future. I don't. He's young. He just finished his fourth season, and his fourth season was far better and surpassed anything I thought of what he was going to be as a player when we initially got him. There's no reason for me to think Devin Vassell, of all people, should be traded. There's nothing out there right now that I think you should trade him for. Andrew says his contract also makes him almost untouchable. By the end of it, it'll be one of the best in the league. Easily. See, that's what I'm saying. Everything is contextualized, right? Let's see. Devin Vassell. Yeah, Spurs have been doing a great job with these contracts. And fortunately, I think the players are okay with it because they love playing for the Spurs so much. But his contract is a really good contract. Once again, diminishing contract. Same thing we did with Devin. Not Devin, I'm sorry. Same thing we did with Keldon. So 29, and it goes 27, 27, 24. And by the time he's hitting his prime, that's when we're going to reassess some things, you know. But yeah, he might very well be his prime around here, and he's making 24 to 27 million. Like, that's crazy. People freaked when Devin signed that contract. This was a really good contract. I mean, it was a really good contract, everything considered. And also, here, we can look at players' contracts right now. Let's look at some NBA player contracts. What the heck? Oh, these app. Okay, I'm a little confused. What the heck is this trying to tell me? What? What is going on? All right, hold on. Here we go. Much better. All right, so now let's look at some of the players that's making Devin Vassell money, right? We'll go from 24 to about 29, and you tell me if Devin Vassell's contract isn't insane, even right now as we speak. Draymond Green is making 24. Terry Rozier is making 25. Jalen Brunson, which Jalen Brunson is far outplaying his contract, but his contract is about to skyrocket. But this past season, 25. Jonathan Isaac, 25. Jaren Jackson Jr., 25. Tobias Harris, RJ Barrett, Simons, Wiggins, John Collins. Okay, it's making 26 mil. Miles Bridges, Claxton's making 27. Julius Randle's making 28. Tyler Hero is making 29. Like, this is insane. Porzingis is making 29. DeJounte Murray, and I think Devin Vassell is a better player than DeJounte. 29. And then there's our boy Devin Vassell. Now let's see the players that's making more than him, because he does, in my opinion, deserve to be making more than all of these players. Maybe apart from Brunson, but you know Brunson's about to make a lot of money. Jamari Grant is making more. Drew Holiday is making more. Jordan Poole is making more. Chris Middleton's making more. CJ McCollum is making 33 million. DeAndre Ayton's making 34 million. Bam Adebayo is making 34. De'Aaron Fox making 34. I think De'Aaron Fox should be making more than Vassell, obviously. LaMelo's making 35. So LaMelo's making 6 million more. Donovan Mitchell's making 6 million more. SGA is making only 6 million more, which he's about to make way more. But yeah, you can kind of see how insane this contract actually is. And then if you wanted to go even like further, if you go down to the next 4 years when Devin Vassell is set to make 24 million, look at the guys ahead of him. Or actually, we can look at the guys. Jalen Brown's going to make 40 million. Jaden McDaniels. Wait a minute. Jaden McDaniels is set to make 28 million. Okay. Derek White is set to make 32 million. I think contextually, Derek White deserves that money. But Derek White and Devin Vassell head to head, I think their roles are so much different. But I do think Devin Vassell is better than Derek White, even though Derek White is my favorite. Like, he's my favorite Spur. But I do think Devin Vassell is better than Derek White. He's going to be making less. Josh Hart is going to be making 22. So Josh Hart is going to be right there with him. And all of this is with Devin Vassell getting into his prime, that he'd be making that. What? Derek White is way better. You serious, Clan? What, about Derek White and Devin Vassell? Wait, is that a controversial statement? Is anyone else in the chat agree or disagree with that? Derek White is better, Clan? I don't know about that. I don't think I agree with that. I love Derek White. You guys know Derek White's like my favorite player after Manu. I mean, I adore Derek White. I don't know if Derek White's a better player than Devin Vassell. I mean, when it's all said and done. Also, age-wise, too, you know? Right now, yes. I don't know. I don't know. We might absolutely. I mean, I guess that's fine. I don't know if I agree with that. Somebody give me an argument for that? But Derek White is older as well. I'm just thinking as far as what Devin Vassell can bring on the offensive end is like much. I wouldn't put those type of weights on Derek White. I mean, I don't even know. Like defensively, he's definitely better than Devin Vassell. But I think with Derek White, with the position he's in, playing for the Celtics, how good Celtics are, it's pretty hard for me to say. Gregory says, I respectfully disagree with you guys saying White is better. I think it's easy to say White is better because, yeah, they won a championship. And because, I mean, Derek White's a phenomenal role player. I don't think Devin Vassell is a role player. Like, I think Devin Vassell is like a third option, a genuine third option. And this season, he did a good job being a second option. We just didn't have enough talent around him. But Derek White still gets it done on offense. Derek White has a lot. I wonder if Devin Vassell played for the Celtics, how much praise he would get as well, you know? I mean, he has a lot of the type of player that Derek White is and how he can get so many other people involved. He's a really good point guard and a really good role player, and very efficient. I think that makes him look even better. I don't know as a player if he's better than Devin Vassell. I think that's kind of, but that's besides the point. That's besides the point. It's fine. Like, it's not like I'm gonna get upset about it. Oh, some other players. Hold on. Another player. Zach LaVine is making $43 million. He's set to make $49 million in the next few years. You can't tell me Devin Vassell doesn't have a great contract. Here, let me see some other ones that might be kind of insane. Bradley Beal. Doesn't Bradley Beal have like a no trade clause or something? I think Bradley Beal has one, and it's like no players get those. Am I right? Doesn't he have like a no trade? Anyways, $50 million, and Bradley Beal is set to make $57 million in 2026. Yeah, and then everyone else basically deserves it. Well, Kawhi never even plays, and he's set to make $50 million. Vassell is hitting his prime. I don't think Vassell even is near his prime. I think he'll be in his prime in a few years. Unless, if that's what you mean. I think he'll be in his prime, like, yeah, a few years. When he's making $24 million. They aren't really good players to compare. Yeah, Derek White and Devin Vassell, you mean? Yeah, you can't really compare them. Somebody says White is probably better right now by a slim margin, but Vassell is at least 3 years away from being at his best. Yeah. Brian Wright lost the White trade big time. I guess when it's all said and done, though, July, you ended up with Wemby. So did you really lose? And also at that time, that's what White was really worth. You know, that's how people viewed him. We knew how great White was. Like fans, and I since we believed this, I'm not gonna make the assumption the Spurs didn't. I assume they did too. They knew how good White was, and we knew how good White could be with the Celtics, right? Like we all knew how good of a fit this is and how good he would look. Because he's had times with us, even when we didn't have the strongest of teams, where he showed those signs of, oh my goodness, what the heck was that, you know? Like, we knew how good he could be. It's just a matter of how other teams viewed him. And I don't know. It's hard for me to say we lost it, you know? Because at that time, that's what he was worth. It's not like one of those things where we didn't develop him or, you know, we just kind of got rid of him early. It's like, he's nothing. And it was all strategic. Like the point of it was for us to start the rebuild process, start the process of tanking, right? So, you know, it was all for a reason. We had to do it. I think White's value is a little inflated on Boston, though. He is a system player and is one of the perfect system players for him. Yeah. Perfect systems for him. Yeah, exactly. That's why it's hard for me to sit here and start comparing Derek White to Vassell. I personally think Vassell's a better player. But Derek White's in a better position. And he's much older. And, you know, I think he is a better defender. I don't think he's a better scorer than Vassell. I think that would be a wild thing to say. To assume. The Celtics won and the Spurs won. Simple. Yeah. Yeah, you said, what did we get? This is what we got. Josh Richardson, Romeo Langford, a 22 first round pick, and a 2028 first round pick swap. The Josh Richardson, when we traded Josh Richardson, I think we got a bunch of second round picks that we still haven't used yet. I think. San Antonio Spurs made a trade with New Orleans Pelicans, sending Richard Jefferson to Big Easy in exchange for Devontae Graham, multiple draft picks. It was like a crazy amount of second round picks, I think. It's not showing up right here. Yeah, so it wasn't for not. We got like 4 second round picks. It was impressive nonetheless. We did a good job. Because those we can still move. I'm pretty sure those are like, because we're stocked on second round picks right now. 4 second round picks. Yeah, that's a lot of second round picks. You can use those to move up in the draft. You can use those to package them in the future. Yeah. Can someone confirm? I think that's what it was. I think one of those picks is ours as long as it's the first pick, right? As long as it's the first pick. What do you mean? Let's see. Here it is. Yeah, 4 second rounders. So it was this 2024, but we got the 2026, 2028, 2029 second round picks. We got a lot of picks. Anyways, good stuff. All right, let's go back to here. I don't even know what this question means. Long term, what do you think our final starting five will look like? Huh. By the way, I'll answer this question, but by the way, guys, please go subscribe to Spurs Invasion. Link underneath in the description box. I know it's not showing right here, but the new Sochan video will be up. Whenever this video goes up, that Sochan video is going to be here. So go subscribe to Spurs Invasion. Good stuff. All right, so the question here from Little. Wow, that is a name. Long term, what do you think our final starting five will look like? That's a tough. So when you say long term, I don't quite understand what you mean by long term, especially since a lot of players on our team is short term. Okay, so I don't know what you mean by that, but I can at least say what I would like or what I think would be kind of cool. So let me see. Let's do Spurs roster NBA, just so we can have a visual here. Let's see. Gosh, if it pops up, why is it doing that? All right, here we go. All right, so as far as starters are concerned, okay? So unfortunately, one of the positions in a starting lineup I have no opinion about because we don't have that position filled yet, right? But I can at least tell you 4 of the players that I think would be pretty cool in the starting lineup long down the line, all right? In the future. And somebody brought something up as well that I thought would be kind of cool. But one thing that I was thinking was obviously Stephon Castle, right? Like I'm pretty convinced Stephon Castle is he's gonna be pretty doggone good, all right? So I'm cool with Stephon. Where is Stephon Castle? They don't have his picture up yet? Oh, they don't have his picture up yet. But Stephon Castle. So I'm assuming Stephon Castle, point guard. That will be dope. Devin Vassell, shooting guard. Small forward. I don't think that we have a position for the small forward right now. So that's something that will be later in the future. Maybe you can find something in the 2025 draft. That's what I'm thinking, right? So that 3 position, I think is still up in the air. I don't necessarily know what that will look like. But 4, I know you think I would say Jeremy Sochan, but actually what I think will be really dope, it just depends on how far along he goes, will be Sidy Cissoko. Now it's weird because Sidy Cissoko has definitely lost a lot of weight as well. But I think that how he plays and how good, because he's a really great passer, how good of a passer he is, I'll be totally cool with him being our 4, and Jeremy Sochan, because he's getting so much better offensively, and he's pretty good offensively, but he's getting much better offensively. That would be kind of nasty to have Jeremy Sochan come off the bench and just give people havoc off the bench. And it's not like something hasn't done before. When he was with Baylor, he came off the bench and he did a pretty good job. And then you will finish games. It doesn't really matter. I know people like, oh, the starting lineup, this person need to come off the bench, whatever. It doesn't really matter, especially when it comes to the Spurs. I mean, we had Manu Ginobili coming off the bench, but he would definitely finish the games, right? I would definitely have him finish the games. And then Wemby is center. So I think that small forward position still needs to be filled. Harrington Barnes won't be here forever. I think Stephon Castle can start. So you got to get somebody at that small forward spot. But I actually think it'll be really neat down in the future if you had Sidy Cissoko start, right? OMG, I think Cissoko looks trash. He can't make any shots. He's a bench player at best. That's why the question was in the future, long term, okay? Right now he's definitely struggling, or he was struggling or whatnot. But it's because he's coming off an injury and he just hasn't gotten enough reps, NBA reps, honestly. Ingram over Cissoko at 4? I was thinking Ingram come off the bench as a 3. Long term. Ingram has looked better. Well, yeah, I mean, Ingram's a really good 3 and D, but as far as Sissoko's concerned, okay, all right, we can't disrespect Sissoko, right? Like, I won't allow this. His passing ability is very impressive, all right? We need to get that out the way. City Sissoko has really impressive passing ability. I personally think he's a better passer than even Sochan, all right? Defensively, he's very versatile on the defensive end of the ball. He has a lot to work on. He's still raw, coming off injury. I get all that. But I think if everything comes together, he could be a nasty starting power forward. And him starting at power forward, keep in mind, this is not me saying we're leaning on him on the offensive end. That's how much I believe in Sochan as far as his future offensive ability. Because I think that he could run a team off the bench, like, basically by himself when it's all said and done. But City Sissoko, he will be behind Wemby. He will be behind, because he can connect just as well as Sochan. He will be behind Wemby, behind Castle, who I think is going to be a really good scorer for us. Whoever we can grab in the 2025 draft, there's a lot of good talent there. And Devin Vassell. I will not be leaning on City Sissoko for anything other than, as far as shooting, other than maybe in the corner shots. Like in the corner shots, open threes, that whole ordeal. So that's my dream. That's my dream. In the future, that's my dream. It's been 7 weeks after City's surgery. He hasn't played though. Clan, do you think we can get Brandon Ingram? I don't think. I know the Spurs asked about Ingram. I don't know what they actually offered, dude. They probably didn't offer anything. I don't think they cared. Sissoko is a great passer. He's a phenomenal passer. He's even responsible for that one of those really great dunks. He's really athletic too. He's sneaky athletic. Let me see. Castle. If I type in Castle dunk on Twitter, I wonder if it'll pop up. Yeah, here it is. Phenomenal pass by our boy here. Hold on. Pass to Sissoko in the corner. Boom. But yeah, Sissoko's a really good passer. He's also one of those passers that, there's certain players where they make a pass and it's very obvious. It's the first read. We all saw it. Okay, whatever. But then there's certain passers where they make a pass and you did not see it. Like, we're watching the same game and it's like, how did you know he was open? He's that type of passer. Castle's that type of passer too. Yeah, but no Sissoko hate here, all right? Super young. It's only summer league, or it was summer league. He's okay. He's fine. No Sissoko hate. He'll be okay. I've seen him turn it over a bunch already. It feels like I'm not worried about Sissoko. He's going to. It's going to take a lot of reps, a lot of time, but it's a lot of adjustments that this guy is making early on. Even with the knee surgery, he's still moving good laterally in defense. I'm just not worried at all about Sissoko. I don't hate Sissoko. I just love our other 14 plus players more. And that's fine. That's just how much faith I have in City. Because I'm a sucker for guys with high basketball IQ and play really great defense. And at his size, I think he could be really deadly if everything comes together. So long term, I would not mind him being the starter, Sochan coming off the bench. But mind you, Sochan is a better player, and I think he'll always be a better player. But that's how deadly I think the Spurs could be, right? Vassell going to be one of the best shooting guards in the league in 2 or 3 years. I ain't mad at that. Maybe. I ain't mad at that. That Hornets pick, isn't it protected? So, all right, so this question right here. How we might actually have a decent chance at getting the Hornets pick. This is a question. I don't think we have a shot at that Hornets pick, if I'm being completely honest. It won't convey. Yeah, I don't see any way in which the Spurs. Let's see, Spurs future draft picks. I don't think it conveys at all. So 2025 Hornets is protected 1 through 10. Or I'm sorry, 1 through 14. There's no way. Top 10 or top 14. It's top 14. There's no way we get their pick. But this comment here says Hornets pick is they can just have some injury luck with LaMelo and a few others. Plus, with Brandon Miller taking a second season jump and some smart roster moves for their new front office. Dude, there's no way we get their pick. I'm sorry. That franchise, it's just not going to happen. They're not going to be good enough. It's too difficult. This conference is too difficult. Let's see. Like, look how things ended this past season. How would they not? Wait, why am I tripping? I'm like going blank right now. Oh, there we go. Why was I in West? I was like, where the heck are they? Anyways, this conference in the East, while it's a bad conference, I just don't think that they're going to be anywhere near good enough, right? Like, I don't think they're going to be anywhere good enough. I guess it's just a matter of where you think. Because we know Celtics going to be in there. Knicks, Bucks, Cavs will still be in there. Magic will still be. Magic might be even better next season. Pacers, 76ers, they're going to be in the mix. Miami Heat should be in the mix. Chicago Bulls probably not, so that's one that could drop off. Atlanta Hawks, I think that they're going to be worse. I think they're going to be a little bit worse, so that's one that could drop off. I could see the Nets being maybe slightly better. But yeah, I just don't see any reality in which the Hornets are in a good position. You said it depends on injuries. I guess it really does. They had no LaMelo though. I guess you guys would bring up a good point. How far along even is LaMelo with everything? Do we know? There hasn't been any updates. Has he posted anything? What? In May, he got sued for running over a young fan's foot? He struck somebody's 11-year-old son with his vehicle? What? That's tough. You said Nets tanking? All right, so we expect the Nets to be much worse. Oh, okay, yeah, I didn't. Okay, all right, okay, I didn't know that. So the question, all right. Now I got, we contextualized a little bit. Okay, all right. So the question was, once again, could the Hornets pick convey? I don't think it will, but someone brought this up in the chat. The fact that the Brooklyn Nets are tanking. I didn't realize they got all their. I did not realize that they got all their picks back. Okay. I haven't been keeping up with the Nets at all. All right, so Nets could be out. They could be pretty bad. I do think the Atlanta Hawks will be a little bit worse. And as you guys said, it really comes down to the Charlotte Hornets when it comes to LaMelo Ball. So it is protected 1 through 14. So that makes it really difficult. They're going to have to be a pretty good team. Luckily, they are in the East, but that's still tough. Any updates on LaMelo though? Because it doesn't really. I haven't seen any updates. Let's see. In May, he recently got a tattoo done, and then he ran over a fan's foot. May 22nd, got sued for it. He ran over an 11-year-old. Sued by North Carolina mother. I'm just wondering, is there any updates about LaMelo as far as his health? And let's see if we go to he's pretty active on Instagram, because that does matter how good he is. Let's see. All right. All right, this is a day ago. He's in a car. Okay, he literally posts nothing in regards to... Yeah, guys, I'm not getting any information from this. In the British trade, yes, they got their picks back. Okay. All right. So yeah, so Nets will just be tanking full throttle. I mean, they should. 25 is crazy. He loves his cars. I see. All right, well, we'll see, guys. But protected 1 through 14 makes it really difficult. Now the Chicago Bulls one, I think, could very well still convey. That's protected 1 through 10. I think they're worse. Don't get me wrong, they're worse. But maybe. But the ones that we can really lean on, though, is more than likely our own. All right, I think we still get a top 10 pick, regardless of what people tell you. All right, I don't think the Spurs are a playoff team. And then the Atlanta Hawks, no protections. I mean, we're going to get a pick. We're going to get a pick out of them, regardless. And probably a good one. They can try their best to win, but it's not going to do any good, really. So, more than likely, we'll get 2. I don't know if I don't think the Hornets will convey it all, and I am unsure about the Chicago one. I got the vibe it won't. They're playing. Who? Spurs? Yeah, we might be a play-in. I don't think we're a playoff team, though. I don't think we make the playoffs. Wemby is a superstar. Castle looks promising. Everyone else is expendable. Trade them all for Luka and Fairy Tale Land. I'm going to bed. Good night. Good night. Good night. Hayward for Sochan mentor. You guys are trolling. Good question, though. See what else we got here. We can do a few more. This is funny. So this is a question from Jada. Potential lineups from likely starting lineup to 3-guard lineup. Also, who would be starting point guard when CP3 takes his regular 15-25 games off for being old? Okay, that's funny. All right, so yeah, obviously what you just put here is who's going to be the starting lineup. I mean, likely Chris Paul, Devin Vassell, Harrison Barnes, Sochan, Wemby. Like, I think that's obvious. I don't think you do it any other way. And I would disagree with the Spurs if they were to try to do it any different way. Like, you got to have Barnes start. You got to have Chris Paul start. They're there for a reason. They need to get their minutes in. And another reason why you want them to get as many minutes as possible, or as many minutes as you can give them, is because they're not here forever. So you want to get something out of it. The Spurs have been really good at getting veterans and getting something out of it as far as trade value, and boosting these players' trade value. So yes, you want Chris Paul and Barnes to get minutes. You want them to be in the starting lineup. You want them to look good, and you want to be able to trade them later down the line. So they're going to start. I don't think you do it any other way. And they also will help create the blueprint for Wemby. And CP3, I think he's going to really help Stephon Castle and also help Sochan, right? Sochan's a good passer as well. Devin Vassell's a really good passer. So I think that he's going to help them, figure some things out as well. So I want these guys starting. I don't think you do it any other way. Any other way will be kind of wild, in my opinion. You said 3-guard lineup with CP3, Trey, Castle. I don't like it only because Trey and CP3 are so tiny. That will be something that worries me just a little bit. They're just they're tiny people. Hold on. Let me type in Spurs roster real quick. Yeah, 3-guard lineup. I don't know about that. Stephon Castle, he has the versatility to be 1 through 3, so I'm not worried about him. But Chris Paul and Trey Jones on the court together. Neither one of them are terrible defenders, mind you. They're just so small. I don't know. We might see it sometimes, but I don't think that would be great. So I don't really have an opinion other than I don't want that. But your question is, who starts for point guard when CP3 takes his regular 25 games off for being old? Who did somebody say? Said Trey. Somebody question or answer this person said Trey easy. I don't know why this even a question. Castle isn't a point guard at all at this point. Not even a college point guard, let alone an NBA point guard, which is the hardest position to learn in the NBA sports besides quarterback. Now, hold on. I do agree with you how difficult it is to run point guard. All right, I agree with you. Now, saying he's not a point guard, not yet, but keep in mind, it's not like the Spurs right now are, an established playoff team or established championship caliber team. They can experiment, and they're going to experiment. I actually wouldn't be surprised if CP3 goes down, if the Spurs were to fit Stephon Castle in that starting position at times. We've already done it with Trey Jones. We've had Trey Jones come off the bench for a decent period of this past season. We did at least at the beginning. even though we all knew, yeah, he could start, but, you know, just for the betterment of the team to try to help with development of other players, you had him coming off the bench. So contextually with the Spurs, I think that if he sits, it really depends on where we are in the season. You know, how good is Castle looking at that point? Pop might go ahead and throw him in that starting lineup, throw him in the fire. He loves doing that. He loves throwing players in the fire. And Trey Jones, he could start, he could come off the bench or whatnot. But this is not one of those seasons where the Spurs are going to try to win. But I don't necessarily think this is one of those situations where, like, you have to do it. Like, you have to start Trey Jones if Chris Paul goes down. I don't think you have to. I think you can experiment, and I think you can do whatever's best for the development of these specific players right now. We're just not at that point yet, you know. So, but yeah, Trey Jones starts though. if Chris Paul is out of the starting lineup, yeah, Trey Jones probably will start. I'm just saying, don't automatically assume he won't. And I do think Stephon Castle will make a pretty good doggone point guard when it's all said and done. But yeah, he didn't. But to say he didn't start, or he wasn't a great point guard, or wasn't a good point guard in college, I mean, he didn't really have the opportunity to be the primary point guard in college. I don't think that's really fair to even say. You know, UConn's system, it just didn't set him up that way. Now, if you go back to his high school days, like, he showed he can run point guard. Summer League, he showed how good he is at point guard. So I'm not really worried about any of that. Mind you, this might be a crazy statement. I think he's going to be better than Trey Jones pretty quickly. Might be a crazy statement. Anyways, good question, Jada. Thank you. Okay, here's a question, guys. Chat, check this out. With our 2 new vet players, and for what's been happening with us during the Summer League, okay, that's before, do you see this team improving from last season, or do you see us being top 10 in standings? I have a hot take, all right? And before I give that hot take, everybody subscribe to Spurs Invasion. Link below in the description box. Spurs Invasion, baby. By the time wherever, like, if I upload this or we record this or whatever and upload it later on, there's gonna be a new video on this channel. Sochan. All right, let's take a look. San Antonio Spurs. Or actually, we'll just do NBA standings. Here we go now. All right. So do I think the Spurs will improve? That is the question of the day. My friend, yes. I think the Spurs will improve drastically with the addition of Chris Paul and Harrison Barnes. Not only do I think they improve, I think they improve all the way up to 35 wins. I know that's a huge jump, but that's how much I believe in not only Wemby's development and how much better he's going to be coming into this next season, but how much of an impact having someone like Chris Paul on team will give, and how much, or how most of this team right now has already had a year under their belt with Wemby. So I could see them being 35, getting about 35 wins. But if you get 35 wins, you're still not top 10, right? Like, you're still not in that realm. Now, there's a few teams in here that's going to be a little bit worse, right? So we can maybe sneak in there. But I don't know if the Spurs will be... they definitely won't be top 8. But maybe they could sneak into that play-in. But with 35 wins, at least if we're basing off of last season, that doesn't get you anywhere. Like, at all. You go up just a few more spots if we're basing it off of last season. If you're looking at in the East, that gives you a pretty good chance right there. But in the West, unfortunately, if it's anywhere near how it was this past season, no, not at all. it's also kind of crazy that with all the struggles the Warriors had last season, they still managed to get 46 wins. That's actually really impressive. I'm not going to lie. But the one thing that actually gives me a lot of hope for the Spurs and why I think we can win 35 is they got so much better later on in the season. So this last season, I am not used to looking at all these L's. I'm going to make you guys feel sad in a minute, okay? But when we hit the month of March or near the end of March, the Spurs actually looked really impressive. Like, you got a dub, couple L's, couple L's. They happen. And then a dub, L, dub, L, dub, dub. But as a team, not just looking at the win-loss column, if you were actually paying attention and watching each game, as I did, through better and worse, we watched all the games. I will say that as a team, they started looking much better around the month of February. Like, they looked more cohesive. They were passing the ball better. Guys looked more comfortable. Defense, I thought, improved, slightly for what all things considered. But, there's only so much you can do when you don't have any defenders on your team, coming off the bench, that is. So, anyways, I thought the Spurs looked much better, and that's how much I believe in them. And it wasn't even a matter, because sometimes it'll be, well, it's near the end of the season. Guys are kind of like, our teams are chilling out. They're sitting a lot of guys. That was actually not the case this season. A lot of these teams were in crucial situations, right? Like the Denver Nuggets, they were in a crucial situation. They didn't need to sit anybody, late in the season. And everybody was so close. Everyone in such close quarters that, a lot of teams and even good teams didn't want to afford to, or couldn't afford to just, take a game off or whatnot. So it was a little different season this season. So, I believe in us. I think we can get to 35, but I still don't think that's good enough. Still don't think it's good enough, but it's fine. But so to answer your question, we will improve significantly, I think. But top 10, I don't think so, homie. I don't think so. And this might be controversial to say, all right? Part of me, all right, I'm going to be cheering. It is not one of those situations where, a couple seasons ago, I was like, I need our Spurs to lose. You remember, like, people were really upset. People were really angry about that. They're like, why would you want the Spurs to lose? Don't you want to win? I'm like, I want Wemby. Screw everything else. We need to lose right now. Like, I was totally comfortable with losing. I wanted us to lose. I'm not in that spot right now. But if the Spurs were to lose some games this season, I'm not that mad. 2025 is a phenomenal draft. I'm cool. I'm cooling. But if they want to win, we're fine as well. And I think that's even more of a reason why I've come off the Trae Young stuff so heavy. I mean, even, before we got Chris Paul, is because our Spurs will improve. And if they're trying to go in for a play-in, and let's just say miraculously we make it into the playoffs, we need something to lean back on. Now that you have that little bit of a safety net where you have the Atlanta Hawks, who are inevitably going to be a pretty bad team, right? Like, they're going to be a pretty bad team. There's no way around it. They're way too inexperienced, way too young. Like, it's just going to happen. So you have a team like them that's going to struggle. Even if you make the playoffs, you can still lean on their pick. And their pick is unprotected. So I'm cool either way. I'm cool with it. Jimmy in the chat. Jimmy, are you trolling me right now? How do I feel about giving John Wall a chance? Why would we need John Wall? You're going to have to explain yourself. I don't know why the heck in any universe you would grab John Wall. Not with the team that we have right now. I don't know how he fits into what we got going. at all. I don't even know what's going on with John Wall. Hold on. John Wall snubs Rockets legend James Harden once again. This surely won't be the last time. What? At his peak, John Wall was an unstoppable force. Yeah, a long time ago. What? However, asking about lineups in the minute. What? I have no idea what this is. Anyways, no, I would never get John Wall. I don't think that's a good idea at all. Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea at all. Oh, this is why you brought it up. John Wall eyeing a comeback. Believes he was still second best player in the East behind LeBron James in 2017. 2017? Dude, that was 7 years ago. He's willing to accept any role in potential NBA return. I don't even see a role for him with the Spurs. I feel like I was coming into being a superstar, Wall said. Sad thing, injuries happen. It's part of the game, but I felt like I was the second best player in the East that year after LeBron. We were hooping, we were balling. You solidify yourself. When you get on the second max, even third max, you feel like you made it. I'm one of those guys people talk about on the regular. I'm not giving up on my dreams to get back into the league. I know it's a lot of stuff that I've dealt with injuries and off the court dealings with my mom passing and having my son. My focus is still work hard, come summer league, and network and be around teams. Whatever role it is, I'm willing to accept. Guys, I wouldn't take John Wall. Not trying to talk poorly of him at all. I'm just trying to think in any way, capacity, how he would fit with what we got going. What was his past stats when he did play? Let's see. Maybe 1 year, 7 million. I feel like we would be doing it out of just, or a lot of fans would want it just out of the name alone. But I don't see how he fits or helps us at all, if I'm being real. Yeah, like look at his last few seasons when he was in the NBA. He averaged 30% from three. We have enough issues from three. If we're trying to allow him just to be a role player, I mean, I don't know. I guess maybe it will be cool to have him after Chris Paul is gone. And maybe he can help Stephon Castle in that way. Because he can still pass the ball well. But even then, it was like a huge drop-off. So yeah, 8.7 in 2018, 2019. Went to Houston, it jumped to 6.9. Which, I mean, that's because he was with Houston and whatnot. And then it jumped down to 5. But he only averaged 22 minutes. That's tough, y'all. I don't know. And then field goal percentage was 40% his last two seasons in the NBA. And I don't think he'll be better than he was his last two seasons in the NBA. I ain't doing that. Tyus Jones is still available if we need another guard. I would rather take Tyus. John Wall will want to be the star. Well, we have an article here, him claiming he wouldn't. We're already loaded on the point guard rotation. Yeah, I just wouldn't do it. I don't think there's any world in which I think we do that. There's no way that I think that he fits at all. Even his free throw percentage was 68%. It's never been really that great. Last time it was good was 2016, 2017. Yeah, I don't know. That's a no for me. That's a no for me. Because even if he comes in as a role player, that's what I'm saying. What type of role would you give John Wall at this point, you know? We need wings, not guards. Exactly. Exactly. Oh, what are you most excited about this upcoming season? Spurs fans, what are you most excited about, chat?
For this season with the Spurs.
Oh man, just another season of growth. I want to see Castle. I want to see.
I can't hear any of this. It's turned down so low. I don't know why they have it turned down so low.
What we're doing Wemby year 2.
Excited for this season with the Spurs.
Thank God for subtitles.
Man, just another season of growth. I want to see Castle. I want to see what we're doing Wemby year 2, and then just the success of the team.
By the way, I love that jersey, and that's the jersey I need. All right, number 10, baby, Sochan.
And just the success of the team.
Maybe Devin Vassell makes the All-Star team, you know? Trey Jones, Stephon Castle, you know, everybody developing under CP3.
I'm excited that we acquired Chris Paul, some veteran, to help us through with all the talent that we have.
Well, seeing Wemby to take that next step.
Is that Spurs Nandez? I think that's Spurs Nandez from Twitter.
Seeing Castle, right, add his addition to the team, and of course the veteran CP3, man.
The Chris Paul sign.
Is this everyone's answer?
I think his development with the younger guys, especially Wemby, is going to be a huge step. You know, we're still rebuilding. The next 2 or 3 years, I think it's going to be monumental. David, what are you most excited?
What are you guys most excited about? I don't even know how to answer. I honestly, it's Stephon Castle. Honestly, that's kind of what I'm most excited about, because I'm not expecting the Spurs to win a stupid amount of games. Like, I think we'll get to 35. Like I've said many different times, that's what I'm going for. Don't think that we'll be a playoff team. Not necessarily expecting that. But what I am expecting is Stephon Castle to. The reason why I'm most excited about him is because when he was with UConn, they put him, or he was in a system in which he was more a kind of system player. And at times you would see that point guard ability. And at times you would see like, oh my God, this could be a really good player, right? So I'm excited about that. And number 2, I'm excited on the fact that since he wasn't able to show everything that he has in his bag, you can go back to his days in high school and see, wow, this is a completely different player. And you can look at him even in this summer league and be like, wow, or this past summer league and say, this was a really good, or this is a really good player. He could very well, or he gives you reminders of like he's reminiscent of like SGA at times. You know what I mean? So I think that that's something I'm really excited about. And also, it's way more exciting for a normal draft pick to win Rookie of the Year, okay? Because let's be honest, we all knew Wemby was going to win Rookie of the Year. We knew before the season even started. There was no conversation, or well, people that did conversate about it were pretty disingenuous or just wanted some clicks or whatever. I don't know why JJ Redick even made that a thing. I don't know why Richard Jefferson tried to make that a thing on who could win it. I think that's really dumb. Regardless, we knew who was going to win it. So, yeah. But with this one, it's still up in the air. You know, Alex Sarr could very well come out the gates looking pretty good. But I'm hoping that Stephon Castle will win it. So I'm excited for winning back-to-back Rookie of the Years. That will be insane. That would also be a great start of our dynasty. Like, it'll be years down the line. We'll look back and we're like, God, man, Spurs did a great job in those drafts. We'll look like geniuses. Or at least Brian Wright is going to look like a genius. That would be cool. Missing on, yeah. We could talk about that. That's what I'm excited about. Stephon Castle is a winner. He is a winner. Did you see Chet's take on rivalry with Wemby? Okay, we need to get to that. Guys, I've been trying to avoid talking about this. I did not want to talk about it. Okay? I'm tired of talking about it. Or I'm tired of thinking about it. But someone in the chat brought it up. We might as well mention it. Mogzulis. And did the Spurs miss out on Mogzulis? So you guys know on draft night, this is who I wanted. I was yelling at my screen. You know, when we got to pick 8 and he was available, I said, do it. Get Mogzulis. A lot of people didn't like him. A lot of people didn't care for him. There were plenty of people saying, no, I don't think he's that great. I'd rather have Dilly. I didn't want Dilly. When they picked him, I was a little dumbfounded. But, you know, I said, and you can go back to the stream and watch it, but my live reaction was like, well, okay, if they got Dilly, then that means some guys are going to be gone, right? I was like, some guards off our bit, like they're gone. Like there's no way that they keep anybody if you spent that pick on Dilly. But I thought Mogzulis was a guy that could fit what we needed. I personally think it might have been one or two things, okay? One or two things, all right? Either A, the Spurs didn't go after Mogzulis because he wanted to go to the Bulls, which I'm pretty sure... Let's see. Okay. Yes. All right. Okay. I knew I wasn't crazy. All right. So what I was going to say was he was a Bulls fan. I just can't thank the Bulls organization enough. Mogzulis said he grew up watching Derrick Rose, who was a player that left an impact on a young Mogzulis as he grew into basketball fan. Me being born and raised there, it just makes it so much better. So yeah, so he grew up a Chicago Bulls. He grew up a Chicago Bulls fan. So I was wondering, maybe he verbalized to teams that he wanted to go to Chicago. And if that's the case, then I'm cooling, right? I'm absolutely cooling. Or number two, the Spurs genuinely didn't think. They thought that 2 future first-round picks is more impressive, which in this climate, it is very hard and difficult to get those picks. They're first-round picks, unprotected, swaps, unprotected. It's really tough to get those. Maybe they thought, okay, that's actually more of value than choosing at 8, right? I just have a hard time believing. As much as I watched Mogzulis this past season, I do not believe that the Spurs didn't like him or didn't want him in some way. I think that it might have just came down to he wanted to go to Chicago, or it came down to this is just too good to pass up. Because we know now that they didn't even know who they were choosing at 8, right? Like they weren't going to choose Dillingham at all. So they didn't know who was going to be chosen at 8. They just did it for the picks. They were like, okay, it's worth it. But maybe it could have been both. Maybe it could have been Mogzulis wanting to go to Chicago. The Spurs could have picked him anyway, but wanting to go to Chicago. And on top of it, you got that on the table, you know. I'm happy he didn't fall to the Thunder. Yeah, I really like him, dude. He's just a solid player. I don't know. I hate that some people are like shocked. And it's like, I'm not shocked at all. He's just a solid player. That's who he is. He's just a really solid player. Yeah, he just knows how to play the game of basketball, man. I was quite shocked that we didn't pull the trigger, but the 2 picks, you can't really say if this is good or bad yet. You know, you got to wait and see what comes out of it. Fetty, you right. Hawks giving Spurs Cooper Flag is crazy. It is crazy. We could very well get him. I know people are like, the NBA won't let that happen. We could very well get him. I think the Spurs are going to have a top 10 pick. I think that the Hawks are going to have a top 10 pick. Why can't we get them? We can get them. It's possible. Anything is possible. How old you think I'll be when Wemby gets his first ring? I don't know. How old are you? Good stuff. Good stuff. Flag number 1. Yeah, Cooper Flag gonna go number 1. I don't think there's something crazy would have to happen for Flag not to go number 1. He's a really great player. Great player. And with a stacked draft like this, that shows you how good he actually is that he would go number 1. Will it be ironic if CP3 won a ring with the Spurs this time when he chose playing time than to ring chase? That would be funny. Yo, Clan, can Keldon play the 2 if he gets traded? Like for another team? Keldon Johnson is he's not a shooting guard. I wouldn't put him at 2 if I'm another team. Am I still shocked that the Hawks gave away the Nets pick for Suns picks? NBA didn't give the Spurs a number 1 pick this year because they saving them for Flag. And that question right there, how old will you think I'll be when Wemby gets his first ring? I genuinely think, like, all right, so let me, hold on. Let's type in Spurs. Let's look at how well the Spurs did this past season. I'll give you a year. And I don't think it'll be much. I don't think it'll be long. If I'm being real, I don't think it'll be long. Can we just see the last seasons? Here we go. What? Whatever. This is fine. No, it's not. This is terrible. This is awful. We'll just go to ESPN. All right, guys. So when it comes to the Spurs, this is what I'm thinking, all right? This guy right here, Wembanyama, he averaged the most rebounds, points, steals, blocks, and would have had the most assists too if the Spurs let him. This dude was absolutely ridiculous this season. He's going to continue to be ridiculous. Now, the question of how long will it take before the Spurs are winning a championship? I don't know specific year as far as winning a ring, but what I will say is you need this next season to get the blueprint, all right? To figure out, you get Chris Paul, or you have Chris Paul, you figure out what works best for Wemby. You expedite his progress. You're going to expedite Stephon Castle's progress as well, because he has one of the greatest point guards of all time teaching him in the locker room, right? So you're going to have some crazy development going on in this season. It's still a developmental year. Wemby isn't going to see it that way. Wemby's going to see it. I'm trying to win. Let's go and win. Let's do this thing. But it's still going to be a developmental year. It's still going to be a lot of guys learning, right? I think Jeremy Sochan's going to benefit. Devin Vassell's going to benefit. But you still have your main guys there, right? You're going to have Sochan. You're going to have Vassell, Wemby, Castle, and then you start building upon that. 2025 is when you grab some really great players. If you can manage to get Cooper Flag, insane, ridiculous, we're so back, baby. Now at that point, after 2025, I think Wemby, he's already ahead of schedule, like of any rookie we've seen before. So he's going to be even more ahead of schedule. Still nowhere near his prime, but he'll be ready to make some things happen. But unfortunately, I think in that draft, that player probably still won't be ready to make things happen just yet. But I do see the Spurs 2025-2026 season making it into the playoffs and getting a little experience there. And then after that, you got the 2026-2027, and I think that they will actually be making a run. And then at that point, I think 2027-2028 is when we should expect the Spurs to be on pace to go ahead and win a ring. And that's all mostly coming from the fact that Wemby is that good, and that 2025 is going to take some time to develop. And around that time as well, we're going to be getting veterans and other guys. Like, we're not going to have to rely on the draft as much as we done prior. And what's really cool about how things are set up with the Spurs right now is once you get to, because I think the Spurs will be winning some championships 2027, 2028. Like, I think that's when. So 3-4 years from now, I expect the Spurs to be pretty good, winning some rings. But from there, if you look here, like, okay, you know, our own is going to kind of suck, right? Wait, 2028, where is it? All right, our own is going to suck, but there's no protections for these second round picks. And I think with having all of these second round picks lined up right here, 2028, where you have your own, Minnesota's, Denver's, and Pelicans, when the Spurs are winning and we're not getting the best picks in the world, you can package these and move up in these drafts, right? You can go into 2029, 2030 is really impressive as well, because yeah, we'll be winning, but we could very well trade away these picks, our own picks, and bring in some more veterans, right? So I'm really looking forward to the coming years, but I'm expecting the Spurs to be really good by 2027. That's the soonest. When you're saying will they win a ring, championship runs, 2027 I think is what we're on pace for. Because guys don't develop as quickly as Wemby develops, all right? 25 draft is crazy, but they're not going to develop as quickly as Wemby. Wemby's a whole nother beast. This doesn't happen. Not normal. But those are my thoughts. You expect him to average 23.7 points per game, 11 rebounds, 3.6 blocks, 35% from three. Out of curiosity, what the heck was what was Wemby's 3-point percentage this last season? I know it wasn't great. %32.5%. Boy, the NBA's in trouble. The NBA's in trouble. He's gonna get much better than this. The NBA is so much trouble because you can't even contest it. It's like all on him at this point. If he's missing threes, it's his fault. The front office set up the team nicely. No big contracts for the next 3 years except for Vassell's. It's perfect, dude. And you can reevaluate, see what guys are worth. And you know, we all know this, and it's because of the Spurs culture, it's because they just enjoy playing there. A lot of players do take those pay cuts, right? They see the benefits of being in Texas, obviously, with taxes, but they see the benefit of being with San Antonio. And San Antonio is very in tune with different cultures as well, right? Not to say other NBA teams aren't either. I mean, players from all around the world play for every team, but I think the Spurs are very unique in that they have a history of winning multiple championships with different personalities and different origins and nationalities. His three looked real good with France. That it did. That 4-point play he did was crazy. Off the backboard. That was crazy. But good stuff. Oop, didn't mean to hit that. Search up Wemby. Go to Basketball Reference. His stat hit thing? What do you mean? So go to Basketball Reference and search up Wemby? Okay. reference. Is there something special on here or what? He says stat hit. What about it? What am I looking for? Oh, you're talking about with stat hit insights. Career high points. What are we looking for? Okay. It's like a list of rookies that are 7 foot and the threes they made. Okay. How do I do that? Oops. I think it was up. Okay, so go up. Made 128 3-pointers in his rookie season. Can you name the only 2 rookie 7 foot talls with more who did that? All right, let me become a stat head first. This is $9 a month. Oh, it's there. Go back. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. Well, I'll be darned. That's kind of crazy. This really doesn't matter. I mean, it's kind of cool. It's funny. It's funny that the Spurs, were trying to acquire Lowry, but Chet Holmgren being right there with Victor, that is crazy. This was really a special year, huh? This doesn't happen. That's really impressive. So Lowry Markkanen and Chet Holmgren. And what's crazy about that is, or what's most impressive about that is Lowry has always been a pretty good 3-point shooter. Chet Holmgren, good 3-point shooter. Victor Wembanyama, that was the one part of his game that he needed to work on, and he's still top 3 as far as 7 foot 3-point shooters. I guess rookie year is very very specific, but that's kind of cool. Let's see if there's any other names on here. Channing Frye's at 30. 3-point. That was only 3. It doesn't even matter. It's like this top 5 and then no one else. Wemby is a fantasy god. He really is. This is ridiculous. Like, what is this? Wow. Absolutely wild. Thanks for showing me this. We got to show it to the world so people will know. That's kind of cool. But yeah, Lowry is crazy. With 10 games less than Chet. Oh, I didn't even, yeah. I wasn't even looking at that. You're exactly right. Yeah. 11 games less than Chet. He did that. Oh my God. Yeah, even 2 less Lowry, and he put up 20 more. That's pretty cool. That's a very specific stat you found there, man. Good stuff. Cat isn't 7 foot. Oh, actually, I don't think all of these guys are. They're not 7 foot, right? It's like only 3, because it says right here, for a single season since 1967, 68, and first season in the NBA, players' height 7 foot or taller in the regular season is sorted by. Oh wait, you're right. Never mind. They are all 7 foot. They're supposed to be. How tall is Karl Anthony Towns? He's listed at 7. He said I get bored. So I'm not the most educated when it comes to the draft, so can you break down the Spurs picks over the next 2 drafts? I'd appreciate it. Like, okay, so I could do a video on this upcoming draft. I couldn't do one on the draft after this upcoming one, but just give me some time. I will have to like bring up people that I'm interested in and everything. I really like doing it after like we get some more like college tape, you know, before I like jump on that. But sure, I can give more draft. I can do that in the future. I can do more draft stuff. I mean, I did it this season. It's not like I didn't do it this season. People I was interested in, I did it. Account called Road Tripping. What happened? Listen to Chet talk about him and Vic Rookie of the Year battle. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Okay. You said look this up. All right, we're gonna look it up. Give me a second. Before we do, guys, go subscribe to Spurs Invasion. Right now, if you're seeing this video in the future, it looks like it's just 3 videos, but there's gonna be a 4th one up. Go good on Sochan. Link below in the description box. Okay. All right. So he talked to Richard Jefferson, I'm assuming. Is that what you're saying? It says 5 minutes long. Chet Holmgren gets real about Victor Wembanyama and Rookie of the Year.
I understand.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
The whole game, because I remember at the combine you came up to me before I even got drafted and you're like, whatever we say, don't take it personal
and don't listen to it.
And I'm like, it took me a while, but then it was actually our coach who really made it like click. Like right before the playoffs, we're talking about the whole media machine and everything, and like not getting distracted.
I'm speeding this up. If you guys want to watch it yourself, just jump on to just type in Richard Jefferson, Chet Holmgren. I don't know.
Distracted with it, especially going into the playoffs. And then I realized, I'm like, and he literally called you guys actors.
Yeah.
And I was like, they are actors.
That's fair, but I want to get to me as an actor personally. I was not acting when I was campaigning, and my 2 co-hosts, when I was campaigning for Chet Holmgren for Rookie of the Year up until, I don't know, like March.
Okay, so I did do a video, or I recorded it off stream, and I think it was an article when Richard said, is this where it's from? This might be where it's from. It was an article in which he said, I chose Chet Holmgren as Rookie of the Year. And I was like, that's dumb.
Mark, look at their faces.
No, you were, for
we
sure.
were getting in heated battles about, I thought that you were Rookie of the Year over Wemby, and this is why. I know the pressure that it comes with when you're on a team that is battling and competing for something every single night. To do that as a rookie in 82, my beliefs were if you would have been on the San Antonio Spurs, the numbers that you would have put up would have been equally as ridiculous.
Okay, I didn't see this. I read it. This is stupid. This is a dumb argument, guys. This is a really dumb argument. I know what it's like to compete and you're on a competitive team. What are we even talking about? What are we talking about? I gave you Rookie of the Year because you're on a more competitive, you're on a better team. That's like, this has been his argument. At least he's consistent. This has been his argument for everything. He did the same thing with Defensive Player of the Year, right? Like, he said that Wemby shouldn't get Defensive Player of the Year because he's not on a winning team. And now he's saying Chet Holmgren should have got Rookie of the Year because Chet's on a winning team. Like, what are we talking about? Like, I don't understand that at all. Like, Wemby in every facet has been a better player than Chet Holmgren. Like, in every facet of the game. And I guarantee you, if Wemby, because he's making this argument, but really just comes down to who had the better team. Because I guarantee you, if Chet was on the Spurs and Wemby was on the Thunder, then he would say that Wemby deserves Rookie of the Year. That's just a silly argument. Oh, you were on a team that competed more because you had better players on. Like, well, what are we talking about? Wemby would have been the first or second best player on offensive option on that Thunder team. Chet Holmgren, I'm not trying to disrespect him, but he was mostly a 3-and-D. They did not rely on him to score like that. This is just terrible analysis as far as these two players. Wemby is better in all facets. Like, can you name one facet in which Chet is better other than catch and shoot threes? That's insane.
Ridiculous. And this is not to disrespect Wemby, not to disrespect. Dude's
it is
next
disrespectful.
level. But I just thought when I compared the numbers and I looked at, like, if you get in foul trouble, if you miss 2 rotations, that affects your team. There was another rookie. Wemby was never in that space. So as an actor, I just want to let you know that I was not acting when I was campaigning for you as Rookie of the Year.
Chet, tell him that's a stupid argument and Wemby deserves it. Please. Come on, Chet. This isn't even disrespectful to Chet. I'm not being disrespectful to Chet. He is disrespecting Wemby right now.
You believe you should have been Rookie of the Year?
Well, I appreciate the support from you, my brother. I mean, that's just such a difficult, loaded question. I mean, to sit here and say if this, if that, talk about situations like
exactly. See, even he's like, no, that's stupid. Wemby deserves it. What?
Situations were different. You know, you can, like polar opposites. I mean, you can come up with 50 pros and cons for each of us on like things outside of statistics, just like completely random things from who's on our team, what we're playing for, what amount of attention is placed on it. Like, you could come up with a million different things for each of us.
Exactly. And this is why I don't do these mental gymnastics with this type of stuff, right? Like, who played better individually? Like, let's not do this mental gymnastics and, well, if he's here and he's here, then hypothetically this, and that's why I would give it to him. Why are we doing this? They did the same thing with Rudy Gobert. Why? Stop. Let's not do that, okay? One player is playing better defensively than the other. One player is playing better than the other. That's it. We don't have to do these mental gymnastics to figure out and do this calculation to figure out who deserves it. Like, it was pretty obvious. You can look at it at statistics. You can look at advanced analytics, and it was obvious that Wemby was Rookie of the Year by a mile. With his argument, every top 1 pick will not have a chance for Rookie of the Year. Yes, exactly, because every top pick goes to a trash team. That too, Wemby cooked Chet every one-on-one. Not even disrespect. I like Chet Holmgren, by the way. I like Chet Holmgren. I really do. I think he's kind of weird sometimes when he does certain things. But I like Chet Holmgren. I do. But even he's like, yeah, that's a dumb argument.
As to try and skew decisions, but like at the end of the day, what is the criteria? This is my thing with all NBA awards. Like, what is the criteria? It's hard to. It's all in the eye of the beholder. So it's like what Richard Jefferson believes is different than what Channing Frye believes.
Yeah, but mine matters.
It's just
Channing says
all right.
Well, my question is this:
but it just
like,
comes down to who has more voters that believe in their side of the criteria, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, I don't think like Wemby was unfair in winning the year or anything.
And also, I think he has a really good point, but I think there's always going to be some level of subjectivity when it comes to winning these awards. But even if we look at this is what bothers me with this crap, you know, is like Richard Jefferson's opinion is just bad to me because he's all subjective. Every award, every, you know, performance, it's going to be some level of subjectivity. It got to get to a point where we can use as much objectivity as we possibly can. And that's where the statistics, that's where the advanced analytics will come in. And almost in no category was Chet Holmgren better or more impactful than what Wemby was on the Spurs. 3-point shooting wise, sure, but that's it. Like you have to look as much objectivity as possible. And you can put in your subjectivity of, you know, what does the eye test say, of course, but it's just silly. It's just silly, right? You know, you can't just go full on subjectivity. Like, what if we did that with the Oscars, right? Like, what if we just do that with the Oscars? It's like you can just have some, you know, I don't know, who's a good actor that been in bad movies? Who's a chick from Madam Web? What's her name? I can't remember her name. Gosh, can you guys give me her name? You don't have to. I can Google it. Dakota Johnson. All right, yeah, Dakota Johnson. Sport isn't exact science. What? Anyways, like Dakota Johnson, right? You can take Dakota Johnson and we can do a whole hypothetical on, well, you know, she deserves an Oscar for Madam Web because if she was in a different film and she's already shown that she's a really good actress, that in a different film, she would have done better. It's like, what? No, you don't do that. You don't do that. No, you actually can't do that. No, you got to just base it on the merits of what it is. It's a trash movie. She was trash in it. She doesn't get an Oscar for it. Stop. The same thing here. No, Chet doesn't win the award actually because statistically he just wasn't better at all than Wemby.
I mean, all credit
in a world where Wemby doesn't exist, sure.
To him for you know, a great season and everything, and you know, we're not rookies anymore, so like, you know,
I mean, you didn't play your next game though.
You what?
I played more than 82 though, so that's the rule on our team. We play more than 82.
Is that still
most of y'all don't get the chance though, because most rookies don't get into the playoffs.
Okay,
you can't play more than 82. So you know,
I get it. As a rookie that went to the NBA Finals, like I get it.
Oh
like
my
first 2 years, as my first 2 years,
Poor
like
guy
look,
has
as my
back
first 2
surgery
years going to the
carrying
NBA Finals, like I get it. That's why I was putting so much stock.
Chet,
into
this
it.
is when you look at Rich and you're like, everyone has a scrapbook. Everyone has a scrapbook. We get it. We get
he's
it.
going down memory
He
lane.
doesn't
Right
remember.
now.
He wasn't born yet.
Chet has a lot of swag, by the way.
Even the guy that was with you at that time is rolling his eyes over there.
he wasn't born yet, so I get it. It's fine.
My
But
thing
we
is
went to the finals in 2001.
My thing is this is like
and lost.
all the hype that Wemby came up with, right? That came into the league with. Do you ever think like, holy shit, I'm gonna be connected to him? Like the NBA loves Trey and Luka. You have
Magic and Bird,
right?
yeah.
And like to put you two together on completely different polar opposites. You guys both have the same, I think, skill set. I think you're on a team that's trying to win a chip. He's on a team trying to figure things out. Like, does that ever, I don't want to say motivate you, but do you ever look and go, damn, that's kind of like, we doing something. Like we're every year. So every time you guys match up for somebody working at NBA TV and next to the TNT people, everyone circled those games because everyone is going to cut in half.
I feel bad for Chet. I'm gonna be real with you guys, man. I feel bad for Chet. Because Chet Holmgren is a really good player. He is. He's a really good player. But him matching up against Wemby will never... It will never be the hype that people try to make it out. Like, Wemby will always outperform Chet. Especially when things really start getting rolling. Wemby really comes in on. He has a good team. He will sun Chet dude. And Chad's a really good player, though. It's just there's levels to this, right? There's levels to it. It's like when people used to say Kevin Garnett was just as good as Duncan, and some people still try to make that argument. I don't know what to tell them.
I mean, you want to play against really good players, so obviously, like, those are the most exciting types of games, not only for you guys to watch, but like for us to play. You know,
that's true.
But I mean, I wouldn't tie so much up into trying to make it more than it is. You know, he's a great player.
We are, though.
Yeah, and that's what you're doing. You guys are acting like it's bigger than it is.
There you go.
I don't know. That's a little disrespectful, Chet. He's like, you guys are just actors. It's like, that's a little coat. Acting like it's bigger than it is. That's a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. He did a good job of answering. Even he was like, yeah, that's dumb, Richard Jefferson. Let's see what these people have to say. Why do they act like it was a close thing? It was still unanimous. Sorry. RJ smoking. Okay, everyone knows. Okay, all right. This is why RJ will never be taken seriously as an analyst. Good comedic relief. Like, it makes no sense. And I guess, like I said, he's consistent, but it just makes no sense. RJ smoking when he said Chet would have put Wemby's stats had he been on the Spurs. Like, yeah, what are we talking about? Very different situation, both incredible rookie seasons. Yeah, everyone is like, dude, what? Crazy. Good stuff. Thanks for showing me this or telling me about this, y'all. Chatter asks, what is your take about pursuing Brandon Ingram in 2025 offseason? I think he fits in with Wemby. Great handles and passing to unleash off-ball. Wemby also has 40% three-point catch and shoot percentage. I'm not the highest on... Okay, so I talked about it briefly already when it comes to Brandon Ingram. I thought it would have been cool to grab him. I mean, obviously, right? When the Spurs showed that they were somewhat interested. I don't know what they put on the table. Have no idea. But are you saying, because I actually didn't know that. So Brandon Ingram, let's see. Let's do contract salary. So he's about to be a free agent, right? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're telling me right now? All right, so he's currently making $36 million. All right, it's quite a bit. And then the next season, you know, you could try to bring him in. I wonder if he would be asking for the same price. I don't see why he wouldn't, especially since statistic-wise, yeah, it went down this past season, but not that much, honestly. Well, I guess it was a drop-off from last season quite a bit. So, me personally, I do agree with you, Chatter. Like, I actually do agree with you a lot that I think he does fit with what the Spurs got going on. But the reason why I wanted him this season is because, and this is before we had got Harrison Barnes, is because, you know, you could have him on the team and then reevaluate what you want to do afterwards, right? And see, you know, do you keep him or do you just go ahead and trade him off? One thing that's really funny is people think that Brandon Ingram is like super old, but he's not. It just feels like he is. I don't know why it feels like he's been in the league forever. I guess because he has. Look, he's been 2016, but he just seems older than he is. But no, he's only 26. So he still be going into his prime, we could say. I just don't know if that's worth it, especially when the 25 draft is so stacked right? And I would love for them to get their minutes. This upcoming season is still an evaluation season. We're still going to try to see, who stays on the roster, who doesn't, what we want to do in that regard. So I do agree with you that he does fit. I just don't know if the Spurs if the timing is right, Like you still gotta give guys quite a few minutes. What do you guys think though, in the chat at least? Anybody on board for getting Brandon Ingram in the upcoming offseason? And it's not like it's that far off from reality that could happen. I mean, yeah, it's not that far off. So here, sources have told Hoops Wire that the San Antonio Spurs, Charlotte Hornets have emerged as potential Ingram suitors. So it's not that far off that the Spurs could be in that conversation. I just thought the timing now would have been good to have them and have kind of a placeholder. He said no Ingram, not really. Does Ingram even really have any, like, because I hear people say attitude issues all the time, but what is there any issues? I don't think there is. I know he can be quite inconsistent at times, but like as far as Ingram as like a cultural fit, is that bad? Teammate drops, this is July 13th. Teammate drops honest take on Pelicans Brandon Ingram rumors. Amid all the rumors surrounding Ingram, his teammate with the Pelicans, Trey Murphy, has spoken out about the rumors and possibility that Ingram won't be back. It's tough, and it's also part of the business. Brandon's been unbelievable when it comes to being a role model, seeing how he works on a daily basis. He's always been there for me and coached me up. He does all the little things. I work out with him and spend time with him off the court. It's tough to potentially lose a brother like that, but it's part of the business, and sometimes it might be what's best for him. You never know what it is, but you've always got to make sure that he looks out for his best interests at the end of the day, because that's how it is. Theoretically, a better Trae Young. Good size, not a minus defender like Trae. Good on-ball player, but not ball dominant. Yeah, he is still kind of young. And right now his value is at its lowest. I got you. Yeah, I guess you got a good point there. I guess it depends on what happens this upcoming season. I think I'm on the fence on it. I'm not, because every time Brandon Ingram comes up, it's like one end of the spectrum or the other, and it's most Spurs fans I see saying no, like definite, say it with your chest, no, I don't want him. And me, I'm kind of on the fence. Like, it's like I can see him fitting, right? I see him fitting pretty well. I also recognize that the 2025 draft is insane, and we're gonna have at least 2 of those, maybe three if the Bulls won't convey. We all know the Hornets won't. So you could possibly have that position filled. If you can get Cooper Flag, put Cooper Flag at that 3. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. There will be too much shot creators. Okay, well, who we got? We got Vassell, Wemby. Who else is a shot creator? Well, I guess 2025 draft. Is that what you mean? I mean, who else is a shot creator for the Spurs right now? Doesn't Ingram's play style overlap with Vassell's? Well, one thing that Chatter brought up was the fact that he shot, which I'm based. I didn't see the statistic myself, but I trust my chat members here, right? Apparently he's 40% catch and shooter. So as a catch and shoot shooter, he's 40%. So like, he doesn't necessarily have to overlap with what Vassell does. I mean, if he can be I guess the one thing that I would be worried about is if we just break him down to being that, right? Like a catch and shooter on occasion, create your own shot when, Wemby's off, on the bench. Well, I guess Wemby could be in the game when you do it as well. Defensively, he's not a 3-and-D, right? He's not that great of a defender. And that's unfortunate, especially at his size. You would want him to be. But he is best with the ball. Yeah, I guess it's tough. We'll become the Brooklyn Nets all over again. It's tough. It's tough. Yeah, it's tough. I like Ingram. Do I want Ingram? I don't know. I would like an Ingram wanting to really ball out, trying to show people something. Will he be rejuvenated here? Or, yeah, a role player. I guess that's the thing, too. That's been, like, the main thing with him that you always hear is just inconsistency. I never understood when people talked about, like, attitude or whatever. I don't know where that's coming from. I was not aware of any attitude issues with Ingram. I just know that he can be kind of inconsistent. Sometimes he can disappear. And at his size, you expect more on the defensive end. How about let's let this season go by, all right? And if his value drops, like Chatter seems to believe it's going to continue to drop, if it drops even more, then it might be something you think about, right? Look, if you can get him just really short term, because I still would want him probably short term, because our draft picks, they are going to need some time to develop, at least a year or two. Let our future lie with Wemby, Vassell, and Castle, and even Sochan. Yeah, I agree. But at the end of the day, inevitably we're going to have players like this. You know what I mean? Like the Spurs are going to be grabbing players to fill in, as free agents. Because when we take off and we have our core and we know what that core is, we're going to be getting guys like this. So I guess it's a question of, is it time and, what his value looks like at that point. Clan, I stopped trusting the process a while ago, and I was a hardcore fan for years. Well, to be fair, man, I think Texas. I think sometimes people say like they put us on the wrong timeline, where people think that we've been rebuilding for X amount of years, and that's not true. The Spurs haven't been rebuilding that long at all. Like it kind of just started. The problem is we were mediocre for so long, and the Spurs took so long to decide to rebuild that it feels like you've been rebuilding forever, but we haven't. We were just mediocre. The rebuild didn't start until they got rid of Derek White, and that literally just happened a couple years ago. So, we're good. And can you really blame them, though? I mean, I'll be honest, even at the time and when we were mediocre, I thought it took me a couple seasons before I realized we're not going nowhere, But when you traded Kawhi in the fashion in which you had to trade him, it's only so much you could get. And they're still benefiting from that Kawhi trade, which is good. But yeah, at the time, man, it was just like, well, we have an established team. We have a really good team. Just put DeMar DeRozan on there and we're good to go. But that's not true. They should have traded LaMarcus for something instead of letting him walk. Yeah, that would have been nice. Romeo is a worse James Anderson. Dude, Romeo was on this team and just disappeared. I don't even remember when he left. I don't even know if we talked about it when Romeo Langford was gone. I don't even know if we did a video on it. It just happened. Oh, by the way, somebody said they sent... Hold on. Someone said they sent something to me on Instagram. And I completely forgot about it. Who was it? I can't remember who you told me. Oh gosh. Check out this video. Okay, this is it. He said, fast forward to 1945, in which Mogzulis talks about Castle. This is gonna make me sad. I'm gonna send him a message. I don't know if he's still in the chat. If anybody has anything that you want me to look at, like literally send me a message. Instagram is not a great way to find me because there's too many people that message me. But you
sort of get ready,
you can tag me on Twitter. That would be a good way to hit me up. Speaking of plugging myself, Spurs Invasion. Go to Spurs Invasion. Link below in the description box. My second channel, which I do scripted and edited content. There is going to be, whenever this video is uploaded, there is going to be a 4th video on it. It's going to be Sochan. So, all right. Let's see here. So, my boy, you told me to jump to 19 something. We'll do 1930. All right. Wait, this is a JJ Redick. Is this a wait. Okay, this is a year ago. Wow. Okay, because I'm like, why is JJ Redick still doing his podcast? Doesn't he have a team to coach? Okay.
Great rebounders and a great teammate. Like people probably don't see that in Leonard, but he's amazing teammate. He's gonna stand up for, like against anyone. So
have you had any just from the AU circuit or just from around? You had any matchups? It could be guys that are pros now, or it could be guys who are your age who are not there yet that you feel like you want people to know about. Is there anyone you've seen or played against that you're like, oh, this was really crazy?
Yeah. At the McDonald's game when I was there, I mean, it shocked me. Like Stephon Castle, he's so good. Like he's my favorite player in our class. He's a 6'7" point guard. He could pass really well. He sees the way he sees the court. Like it's crazy. I remember like.
Y'all got me excited, man. Hey, hold on, who sent I gotta shout you out. I'm saying your name. I won't say your full name, okay? I won't dox you. I don't know how to say your name. And I'm not gonna disrespect you. Kura, though. Kura is in your name. Kura, my boy, thank you so much. Oh my God, I love this. How did you find this? No one sent this to me. No one sent this to me. Not one person. You degenerates. How come none of you sent this to me? All of the people on this channel and no one sent this to me. No one saw this, but he did. You guys suck. You guys suck. All of you suck. All right, let's listen.
Like one possession, we were at practice.
Hold on, I'm going back. I want to hear him say. Stephon Castle was really good again.
He's so good.
Oh, he shocked you, right?
It shocked me. Like Stephon Castle, he's so good. Like he's my favorite player in our class. He's a 6'7" point guard. He could pass really well. He sees the way he sees the court. Like it's crazy. I remember like one possession, we were at practice at McDonald's. I'm standing in the corner, like left corner. He's kind of like on the right wing, and he like looks me off. I'm like not really open, but like the help defender slowly like sliding over, the one that's guarding me. And he like looks to his side of the corner and just throws like a bullet pass, like straight across like the court, straight to my hands. I was like, man, like I can already see he's legit, like just from that one possession.
Where'd she go?
Oh, dude, we were just talking about this. I was just talking about how there's these players that you grab, and this is one of the reasons why I didn't necessarily want Dilly, right? Because I don't think he's that great of a playmaker at all. Like he just shoots. But like there's players, and it was the same issue I had with DeJounte Murray. Like there's players that see the first open guy, right? Like the first read. And then there's guys that can make the second, third, fourth read. And it's like, I didn't see that pass coming. That pass you just made, I had no idea where that, I didn't see it coming. Manu Ginobili had that too, where he would make these passes and we were like, dang, somebody was open. I love it. I love it. I got you, bro. Thank you. Yeah, you're in the chat. There you are. Thank you. My God. What's wrong with all of you? Okay.
Going to college?
UConn.
Fuck.
You didn't even know that. I can't believe we have a clip of, I hate to admit it, my second favorite player in this last draft that we could have got that we didn't, saying that Castle is the best guy he's gone against.
Just throws like a bullet pass, like straight across like the court, straight to my hands. I was like, man, like I can already see he's legit, like just from that one possession.
Where's he going to college?
UConn.
Fuck.
Yeah, not Duke. Sorry.
Rich get richer.
There's like 3 schools you could have named there that I'd be like, fuck, and UConn's one of them.
Who like UConn?
Well, look, I have nothing against the program. It's just, you know, there's some, they beat us in the final, by one appearance in the Final Four. They beat us in the Final Four by 1 point. So, yeah, and you know, my favorite Duke team ever was the 99 team. Lost to UConn in the championship. You know, for me, it's UConn, Maryland, and you probably can guess the third school. So,
UNC?
Exactly. How much does, I'm circling back to our first question before we sort of wrap up here, but how much does being, I know at times you've been.
I need to know more. What? Is he supposed to play with Castle and UConn? No. He was just saying that he's played, like, they just asked him who's somebody that stood out that you've played against. And he said a McDonald's game. Is that what he said? Castle, like, really went off. He was like, this guy's really good. But it's those small nuances, right? Like how he was open, but not really. And in order for him to become more open, Castle looks him off. Like, he's going to always be able to find that open guy. And he showed it in the summer league. And he's so patient. He has tight handles. He's a threat offensively. He's a phenomenal defender. I am so excited. This is crazy. Exactly. I love Castle's composure and pace during summer league. It's incredible. Yo, big shout out to Swish Hill. He's my best friend in real life. And actually, I'll say it. This upcoming week, the week of the 3rd to 30th, 31st or whatever, I'm going to be gone, but I'm going to be gone out of town visiting Swish Hill. But big shout out to Swish Hill because he got me on Stephon Castle a long time ago. Like a long time. He's been wanting Stephon Castle from the get. So imagine if we did draft Mogzulis at 8. Man, that would have been cool. Still not over us missing on Modest at 8. You know, when it's all said and done, we'll be able to decide whether or not, you know, those 2 picks, what they did for us. But we're fine. We'll be okay. I think the Spurs are just that excited about 25. And then this is still an evaluation year for a few of our players. Whether or not they're going to be with us. Modest really glazing out here. He really was. That was good. That was cool. Thank you for showing me that. That was really cool. All right, let's go over one more topic. Why is Spider-Man 4 trending? Let's see here. Oh, what is this? What the heck? The heck was that? Oh. Here's some good stuff. Hold on. Actually, we can do 2 more topics. Absolutely ridiculous. All right. All right, guys. Full circle, kind of. I don't know. I actually don't know how often these guys work out together. But Chris Paul sighting. All right, Chris Paul sighting. We have not gone over this. So this is Chris Paul. Put in that work with Jamal Crawford. Luckily for us, I know a lot of people talking about Chris Paul's age. I mean, obviously, he is older, but lucky for us, he's the type of player that the aspects of his game that he leans on aren't necessarily going to deteriorate to the point where like he's unplayable, or deteriorate to the point where like we can't make something happen, or he can't, you know, put up some numbers, especially next to Wemby, because at the end of the day, he's not somebody that relies strictly on like immense athleticism. Like that's one thing that I thought about, like with someone like Westbrook, right? Like as Westbrook gets older and older and older, that might be something that, you know, might be pretty hard for him. I don't know how long, you know, he'd be able to keep up that. Or like Zion, even Zion, how young he is, that's something that people worry about. But with Chris Paul, I don't know. I think that high basketball IQ, that craftiness, it's always going to be able to be there. He'll eventually have to stop, but, you know, he'll be okay this season. Beautiful. I would have blocked that. All right, but this is a full circle moment, man, because I don't know if you guys saw this. Wait. All right, this is back in February, but it is known at this point that Jamal Crawford has been working with Wemby.
First year All-Star thing.
Yeah, so he has been working with Jamal Crawford. There's one that's, I thought that was it, but that's not it. It's one that shows them being together. More recently.
Gas on the handle. Go work with Tim Duncan. How about that? You already working with Tim daily. More probably is. You know, just getting help from.
I don't know. They're talking about Jamal Crawford, but yeah, he's been working with Jamal Crawford. I don't see. Oh, here it is. This is from June 17th, and Wembanyama posted it. So yeah, so we can see here, Wemby in the lab with Jamal Crawford, year 2 Wemby in full effect. So yeah, he's genuinely been working with Jamal Crawford. So this is gonna be really good. This is gonna be really good. I love how Jamal never played for the Spurs but became supportive because of Wemby. It is great. You know, I think a lot of guys just want to be a part of it, you know? Like, they see Wemby, they see how hungry he is, and they see how legendary this could be for the NBA, and they want to be a part of his success, you know? They just want to be a part of it. That's a special type of player where people would do that. No one treated Wemby this season as in, we need to show out this rookie. Not really. Like and if they tried, you know, it backfired. The only player I can think of that did a phenomenal job, that it was like, oh my God, was Joel Embiid. But man, they were calling every foul. Every foul, man, to the point where Wemby couldn't even play. He was like unplayable. Defensively, he couldn't even show out. Great basketball mind, for sure. We're in good hands, man. It's gonna be so many people wanting to be a part of this. That's gonna help us. And I just wouldn't worry about this whole like, is he gonna be gone? Is this gonna happen? Is that gonna happen? Don't even worry about it. Oh, this person brought up a good point at the Spurs facility. That is the Spurs facility, right? Yeah, that looks like the that's it. I think this is a Spurs facility. He dropped by. Is Wemby? I don't know. Good stuff. Yo, Clan, did you see the vid of KD saying Victor would be the best in the league? I think I did. Yeah. I think I saw that. Was he sitting? I'm going to ask you this question. Was he sitting outside? Was the interview outside? No. No, that was Anthony Davis. Is this a new video? I'll be looking out for your comment on that. All right, here's another thing, chat. Here's another thing. Draymond Green talking about Chris Paul. Let's listen.
I've been able to win championships off of identifying front runners. You go up against certain
I don't think you saw it. Yeah, he was outside. Okay, then I did see it. I did go over it. We'll check after this. We'll check after this video. All right, let's listen to what Draymond has to say.
teams.
Who? Name them.
When we was playing the Clippers back in the day.
Oh, shit.
We thought they was front runners. I've gotten really close with CP,
Yeah.
so I take that with a grain of salt. Although I never thought CP was a front runner, because he played the same way all the time.
Yeah.
Tough, physical as hell, smart, fast. If you talk, he getting into it with you.
Hey, I'm glad you said that, because people get mad at me when I tell the story about CP talking shit to me. Tell them that he talks shit, please.
Absolutely.
Thank you. See,
1,000%.
I still love you, bro. It was just you talk shit.
Who didn't think that? We should all know that.
That day. It's all good, bro.
1,000%
Yeah,
talk.
for sure.
A lot of guys on that team, we would walk in our locker room and say, like, yo, those guys are front runners. Like, it's going good for them, it's great.
Yeah.
Once it start going wrong, everybody crumble.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We thought that about quite a few teams we would run up against. Houston was really good. They challenged us. But we thought they was front runners. And every time you get down to it, and it show itself in the most inopportune time.
Okay, so shout out to Spurs reporter for posting this. But he said, so this was just about Chris Paul talking trash, which I'm not shocked. I thought everyone knew that Chris Paul talked some trash, honestly, to be real. But him with the Spurs, I guarantee you he's going to be getting onto our players a lot. Like, he's going to be getting onto them a lot. He's already prefaced his appearance in San Antonio by telling fans, just don't be mad at me. Just know I want to win. Like, we already know what we're getting, okay? Even Rondo snapped because of CP trash talk. Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, Chris Paul is monstrous when it comes to that. Now, don't think that other Spurs players haven't, like, also been trash talkers, right? Like, I think Manu Ginobili was a pretty good trash talker. He was so nice. He was so nice about it, though. But he was a trash talker. Same thing with Tim Duncan. It's gonna be nice though. We're gonna have a real competitive edge. I'm calling it right now. I think Chris Paul is really gonna like Sochan. Like, I think he's really gonna like Sochan. You think he'll go with Vic a lot? Oh no. I don't think he'll go with Vic a lot. I don't think he'll have to, right? I just don't think he'll have to. I think he'll go with Malachi. If Malachi is with the Spurs, I think he'll go with Malachi. A lot. And the reason why I say, I probably should elaborate. The reason why I say it is because Malachi is kind of nonchalant at times. And like sometimes when he approached the game, he's not as aggressive. And he got better at it as the season went on, but he's not as aggressive as he should be. So I could see him really getting onto him. I don't see him really getting on to Sochan that much, honestly. But I could definitely see him getting on Malachi. Old man trash talk is the best trash talk. Anyone who's played knows that. Vic too smart. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think that'll be the case. Also, I don't know. I mean, he already said like fans don't be mad at this, but I don't even know if we're gonna see it on TV. Chris Paul trash talk and Sochan antics. Woo! Expect lots of technical fouls this season. Sochan actually doesn't get a lot of text. You know, he's pretty slick. He's slick enough not to. Sochan doesn't talk too much trash. He just does small things that you don't even notice to get at you. I thought Wemby was going to be soft rookie, but he stands his ground when it comes his way. He's nasty, bro. Dude is literally like, he has the competitiveness of Kobe and Jordan. No disrespect to LeBron, but it's a different level of competitiveness, I think. He's on that level of like Jordan, how he wants to be the greatest of all time and destroy you and take your lunch money. Remember when Devin Vassell said, "I'm tired of y'all talking about this Victor kid. We hooping this year." Yeah, that was funny. You know, people actually tried to use that because when the Spurs were struggling to give Wemby the ball, people actually tried to use that and say, "Oh, see, they always hated him." It's crazy. All right, it was something else somebody brought up. Also, somebody said, "Have I seen Arcadian?" I don't. What is that? Arcadian. The heck? Dude, Nicolas Cage is just on a run right now. What? This is a film that just came. He's on a run. This dude's on a historic run. If you guys have not, because I was never a Nicolas Cage fan, but if you guys have not been keeping up, Nicolas Cage has been making bangers after bangers. I don't know how good this is. Someone in the chat said it was good, but I don't know. This dude has been like non-stop bangers recently. I'm going to see Long Legs pretty soon, and that's considered a great horror film apparently. Like people comparing it to Silence of the Lambs, like what? He's in that. Budget was less than 10 million. Dude, there is no mid-budget films anymore. It's either like 2 million to make or 200 million. Like there is no in between anymore. People don't want to take risks. Cardigan is a scary movie. I heard Long Legs is good. Dude, I can't wait to see it. Just got back. What's up? All right, so somebody mentioned something. Hold on. Oh. Here it is. What? All right, so if you guys haven't been keeping up, there is a rumor that's been making its way around that Wembanyama is actually 7'6". Ice Key? I don't know how you say that. But he tagged me in this. If anybody has anything you want to like show me, just tag me on Twitter, like he did here. OMG, Wemby is shrinking. And then you go here, and he's literally bending his legs, and Rudy Gobert is making himself taller. What is going on here? So it has been rumors going around that Wemby's actually taller now. That he's no longer 7'4". He's now 7'6", which is a problem for the NBA, nonetheless. It's a genuine problem for everyone. So let's see. Wembanyama height. Listen to 7'4". And we remember, if you guys recall, Giannis said this back a few months ago that he believed Victor was actually much taller than what he was listed. And that's when he was listed as 7'3". But Giannis said he plays the right way, plays to win. I've never seen anything like him. I don't know how tall he is. He's not 7'3". He's way taller. Whoever says 7'3", that's a lie. The sky's the limit as long as you work hard and keep on having positive attitude towards the game. Everything he dreams of is going to happen for him. So yeah, that's when, not so long ago, that's what happened. He said, no, he's not 7'4", which we all knew that he was at least 7'5". But when he says he's way taller, does he mean an inch or two? Because the 7'6" rumors, it might have just been there all along. That's just a Rudy Wemby inside joke right here. He grew 1.5 inches apparently. He needs to stop. We're about to have an 8-foot demigod. I always laugh when people say like, oh man, get ready for future Wembys. I have no idea what they're talking about. There's gonna only be one Wemby. Like Steph Curry, okay, you have plenty of guys that can make it to 6'3", right? 6'3", 6'4", and their play style is going to be shoot a lot of threes, right? Now, there's only gonna be one Steph, but at the same time, you can make quite a few of guys that are on different tiers, lower tier Stephs. I don't really see how you really do that with Wemby, because this is a whole nother thing. How many people are going to be born where they can even, like, think about the small percentage of people that can even get to this height, number one. And then number two, have the fluidity that he has in his movements. Like, it's just, you can't just, like, you have to create them in a lab. The closest thing that you can get to someone like him are like unicorn type players, like the Porzingises of the world. But he's on a whole nother stratosphere. Looks about 7'5" or 7'6" in shoes to me. He's probably 7'6", man. I thought he was already 7'5", so he is so fluid. He's ridiculous. I prefer Wemby not growing anymore. I feel Wemby's tall enough and could hurt him if he keeps growing. Yeah, I'm cool with him just like stopping. Like, stop the growth. Stop. He does a lot of yoga though, and he's really flexible, so that kind of helps with the injuries. It's hard to get injured when you're very flexible. Good stuff though. How far are you on One Piece? I am on episode 300. Or, I mean, I think I'm like 297. 296, not 297. By the way, I started learning Japanese. So if anybody has any resources or anything you want to like send over to me, you can send it to me on Instagram, or you can send me or tag me on Twitter. Some people say it's hard for them to send me a message. I guess they set it up where you can't send me a message, but you can tag me on Twitter. Why is laughing Kamala trending? I call her Laughing Kamala. Have you seen her laughing? She is crazy. What? Trump can do better than that. That dude has way better insults than that. That's the best he got. That's it. That's it. That's all you got? Huh? That's all you got? That's weak. That's soft. That'd be cool if she did, if Biden dropped. Biden needs to drop. He needs to drop out. That man. People always think politics is about policy and, you know, well, if you're paying attention, if you actually care or really, really care, it is about policy. But unfortunately, politics, most of it is about who's more charismatic, and most of it is about, you know, who can deliver a good message. That's most voters vote that way. So I'm really hoping Kamala can take over the reins. Anyways, Ingram looks solid. He does look solid. Ingram looking better than City in the summer league, to be honest. Yeah. Get Pete in there. Dude, Pete is like, every time he says something, it's like, oh my gosh, he just murdered that. It's kind of crazy, like, it's kind of crazy remembering what actual politicians sound like. You know? That debate was so hard to watch. And you go back years before and it's like, what? I rewatched the Obama and McCain debate. And I was just like, wow. What the heck is this? It was civil. It seemed at this, I'm not going to talk about politics, okay? But I'm just saying, because it's going to get me sad. Not because I don't want to, not because anybody will stop me from talking about it. It's just, it will make me sad. Thinking about it too much. But it was a point, it kind of reminded me that there was a point in time where Democrats wanted a certain thing. It's crazy that we only have a two-party system, but hey, capitalism, I guess. But Democrats wanted a specific thing. Republicans wanted a similar thing. And it seems like you wanted the same thing in the realm of the same thing, but approaching it a different way, right? Like, it was kind of like that. I always felt like one worse than the other, but it was kind of like that. Now it's like, there is no civility because what one side wants is not the same at all, not even close. It's like, the Republican Party is like Handmaid's Tale at this point. It's really scary. It's really scary. And I genuinely do feel bad for like the Republicans that feel like they've been kind of left behind by the direction the party's gone in. I do feel bad for them to an extent. Have you seen Wemby's buckets against Canada? I actually didn't watch it. Bernie, Cornel West, and Nina Turner were the only ones I rocked with policy-wise. I'm with you. Bernie's dope. Yeah. It's really sad, though. It's really sad. It's cool, though. I'm gonna... I'm trying to distract myself. I want to get off this topic. No more politics. No more politics. Please. You guys know where I land on everything. No more politics. How many... Wait, were you being for real? You were joking, right? Yeah, I said with it. Guys, this person's crazy, okay? So if you don't know what happened, basically on Twitter, there was a post by Ari Spears in which Ari Spears said, he's a comedian, if you guys don't know. He used to be on Mad TV. He made a post and he said, you know, I just listened to some of this Eminem album, and he's of the belief that a lot of people don't make him the GOAT or put him as the GOAT because he's white. And I actually do agree with that. Like, there's a lot of people that do that. And I just commented like, facts, that's true. People do that. And then there's this one guy on here that basically went back and forth with me where he was like, well, Eminem can't be, you know, the GOAT and all these other stuff because, you know, he's not played in the hood, or, oh, he's not played in hip hop communities. He's like, it's just nonstop craziness. And then it came down to, I realized that this dude is just kind of racist because he said only white people like Eminem. And I was like, well, I'm black and I like Eminem. I think Eminem's a GOAT and I'm black. And then he asked me, where is my family from? Like my family origin, which was very strange. And from there, I just made the inference that this dude is just like racist or whatever. So yeah, to question my blackness is crazy. Like, what are we talking about here? And then, so it was just this weird conversation. I won't go into all of it. You can find it on my Twitter if you want to find the threads or whatever. I won't go into all of it. But this person right here is asking, can I listen to rap music even though I'm white? And is that too far? Is that too much? And I thought he was joking. I'm pretty sure he was joking, I thought. And then this person says, nobody said white people can't. Just know if you're not black, especially black American, your opinion on it will never matter. That's all. Anyways, and then this guy was like, also, I have a question. See, this is why I'm thinking he's trolling, but I don't know anymore. Also, I have a question about something. So I know a white dude who says the N-word with his black friends that they grew up with and did everything with. Is that wrong? And I think this is the same person. He said it's not, but I called him out on it. I said, you're the same person, aren't you? I think it's the same person. I literally think it's the same person. And this is just his burner. And he says, well, he shouldn't say it because he might say it around the wrong people who may not take it kindly. And then he says, yeah, I said it with friends, not out in the public. Okay, I think he is trolling. Okay, all right. I hope he's trolling. You're not actually asking these people if that's okay. Yeah, exactly. You enjoy Eminem? Black card revoked indefinitely. What are we talking about? Yeah, I was like, yeah, Eminem's like one of the greatest ever. I'm gonna say this, all right? I'm gonna say it with my chest, all right? If you are a connoisseur of hip hop and you genuinely love rap music, like you love it, you indulge in it, you love rhymes, you love rhyme schemes, you love 808s, you just love it. Like you breathe hip hop. If you love hip hop and you love rap, and your opinion is that Eminem isn't one of the greatest ever, I think that you have an hidden agenda. I'm sorry. I don't see, even if you don't like modern Eminem, I don't see how you take 99 to 2003, 2004 M and not say that span, those three albums in a row, the Slim Shady LP, Marshall Mathers LP, and the Eminem Show isn't one of the greatest hip hop runs ever. I don't see how you can listen to his rhymes and look at his rhymes and see how in depth it is, and see how skilled he is as a freestyler, as an artist, just in general. Venom, yeah, I know Venom. I know. We're not making fun of that. But like, I don't see how you can see that and not come out and say, yeah, he's one of the greatest. If you don't say that, I have a little, I don't know, skepticism. I said, knock, knock, let the devil in. I'm such an Eminem fan that a lot of the cringier stuff that he's done, I get with after a while. It takes a minute. I'm like, ooh, that's cringy. Now I listen to it for a while. I'm like, that was a good flow though. It was a good flow. But no, that's all I'm saying. If you come out of it and you say, I don't like Eminem, I don't like listening to him, that's fine. Like I'm not a gatekeeper of hip hop like this weirdo here. Like, I'm not a gatekeeper. If you don't like Eminem, that's fine to not like Eminem. But you can't seriously say with a straight face that he can't be considered like one of the greatest. Also, this argument I had with this person was absolutely asinine, because this dude also said something in the lines of, well, how did he inspire? Because I said he inspired K-Dot, he inspired J. Cole, he inspired 50 Cent. Right? Because he signed 50 Cent. And he said, how can he... 50 Cent's from Queens. How did he inspire 50 Cent? A dude from the trailer park. And it's like, that was stupid racist, because Eminem isn't even from a trailer park. Like, what are we talking about? Eminem's freestyles are insane on top of all that. Oh, I didn't even see the first thing he said. Eminem is definitely one of the greatest. Anybody who tries to dispute that is just hating. That's what I'm saying. You just hating. I don't see how you listen to Fuel. Just listen to Fuel. And you come out of that and you say he ain't one of the greatest ever? Who can rap like that? No one. And the thing about M too is, like, you take some of his rhymes, and if you just read it, it doesn't give it justice. When you listen to him say it, it's like, how did you rhyme? Dude, hold on. That Brand New Dance song. And this is just a fun song. This is just Eminem playing around. You know, obviously I can't play it because of copyright. 8 Mile is canon. Come on now. Exactly. It's like, oh, he's from a trailer park. It's like, dude, you're just racist. Like, he's from a trailer park. You're just racist. Like, what are you talking about? That dude is not from a trailer park. Let's see. He lived in a trailer park for like a short period of time. Yeah, look at this. What is this? Guys, and you have to listen to it, because if I just read it, it's like, that's stupid. What? Room looking like a tornado hit it. Trying to explain it to your parents, they don't get it. Time to hit you with a funky dope rhythm. He made funky. Go listen to the song. This is Brand New Dance from his new album. He literally made funky dope rhythm rhyme with tornado hit it. If you don't believe me, go listen to it. You didn't even notice. Listening to it, you didn't even notice it did rhyme. Funky dope rhythm. He's so good at slant rhymes. He made funky dope rhythm rhyme with tornado hit it. You're not understanding how great this is. A whole nother level of hip hop right here. This is a whole nother level of rhyming. Does sound a little stupid. It does sound stupid, but go listen to the song. It's a fun song. Habit was good too, but not for the Gen Z kids. Okay, I'll be honest. All right, I don't like Eminem bringing up Gen Z. I think that's like cringe. I think he needs to stop doing that, please. No one's trying to cancel Eminem. Okay, Gen Z kids are not trying to cancel it. Look, my little sister is Gen Z, all right? And sure enough, I got her on Eminem, but she loves Eminem, all right? She doesn't listen to old Eminem and say, oh my God, this is so offensive. No one's doing that. This is all in Eminem's head, all right? Once he hit 50, it's just like, yeah, now the kids are after it. No one cares. People like Eminem, actually. Unless you're somebody, you know, that it's just a little racist. First one of Kendrick's mama bodies this, if we talking slant rhymes. Look, this is the silliest song on the entire album. It's fun. It's just a silly rhyme. I'm only bringing this up because I was like, how did he rhyme? When you're listening to it, it's just fun. Like, you just bobbing your head like, oh, this is cool. I just still don't understand how he rhymed funky dope rhythm with tornado hit it. I just don't get it. Orange dope hinge, orange door hinge. Oh yeah, the orange. Then when he rhymed orange, what was that? Marshmallow's LP too. But this verse is insane. I'm like a R-A-P-E-R. Got so many essays. Wait, he didn't just spell rapper and leave out the P Diddy? This is ridiculous. This rhyme scheme is ridiculous. And oh, guys, one thing that really, okay, I got to tell you one thing that really irked me. Hold on. There's a part of this that really pissed me off. And everyone goes to this and they're like, this is when he outdid JID. By the way, love JID. So, you know, no JID slander here. All right. Why does someone got to be racist if they don't like M? I did not say that. Did I say that, chat? I did not say that. I did not say that. I did not say that. I said you probably are if you love hip hop and you love rapping and you love rhymes and you love rhyme schemes and you love all this and you listen to them and you come out of this and you say he's not that good. In my opinion, it should be objective. I guess subjective, objective. It should be objective to say Eminem is in top 5. Like, that would be like me listening to, I don't know. That's like me listening to Nas Illmatic and then come out of it, even though I don't even like Nas, but come out of it and say, yeah, Nas isn't that good. What is wrong with you? What are you listening to? Are we listening to the same thing? Hello? So I said what? No. There is a difference. You cannot like somebody, but you can also say that they're one of the greatest. I'm sorry. There's no... If you say... Okay. That's like me saying Kendrick Lamar isn't one of the greatest. Like... Okay, like... Let me say it like this. Like, some people didn't like To Pimp a Butterfly, right? Some people genuinely didn't like To Pimp a Butterfly. But if you listen to those rhymes and you don't come out of it and say that was impressive, I feel like you're just hating. Like there's some else, and it might not be racist. Maybe you just like genuinely just don't like him as a person, or whatever. But I feel like you just hating. Like there's certain people that are so good, and tell me why every single MC or great MC comes out and says the same thing about M. Like, oh, M's one of the greatest. Everybody that's worked with him, everybody that's listened to him, everyone that's grew up. J. Cole loves him. Kendrick loves him. Snoop did that weird thing, but even Snoop came out and was like, yeah, he's one of the GOATs. Like, everyone says that. Even if you don't like him, he's top 5. Exactly. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm not this Eminem. Like, obviously, you guys know I'm an M stan, right? Like, obviously, I'm an M stan. But I'm not one of these people that come out and defend everything Eminem does, right? Like, this last album, I have plenty of critiques of it. I got very, I have some critiques of it, but you can't come out of this and say he's not great. So this is the rhyme scheme that people irritated me with because they say he didn't say anything. And it's like, what do I say? What do you say to people that said he didn't say anything right here? So this is when he goes on the alliteration run with the con sound. He says, got the most content on the continent, and constant compliments give me confidence. Across the common sense and incompetence, I'm cognizant that conflict's a consequence of accomplishments accomplished through a competition. If Khan could, can't read this. Khan could have conked him into unconsciousness. And people actually heard this and said he didn't even say anything. What are we talking about? This is like very obvious. Got the most content on the continent, so he got the best rhymes on the continent, right? He obviously has a lot of content in his discography, and constant compliments give him confidence. All right, people saying he's the ish, whatever. Across the common sense and incompetence, and he just basically saying it doesn't matter. Like whether you hate him or you love him, you got to admit that he's one of the best. And accomplishments accomplished through competition. So he bodied your favorite rapper. Like, that's it. OMG, that's bars. This whole thing. Ridiculous. But people actually came out of this and said, he didn't say anything. Call me kamikaze, I'm concocting this. Like a kamikaze pilot concocting this mayhem. Like it's very obvious. Metaphor for his raps is deadly. And he has the kamikaze album, obviously. It's just dumb. I just hate how much hate he gets sometimes. I like, seriously though, if you go and you actually just listen to this, there's a lot of lines in here where it's like, that's pretty doggone impressive. It's clever over and over and over and over and over. And the way that he flows on it is incredible. And listen to the whole thing, because I know some people like listen to certain songs and skip to M's part. You need to listen to JID's part too. Oh my God, he killed it. Oh, he killed it. But yeah, just to come out of this and say he didn't say anything, that's crazy to me. What? That's all I gotta say. I'm sorry. I went on a little bit of rant. No. If you don't like Eminem, Mo Beezy, like I was saying, if you don't like Eminem, I don't think that means that you're like racist. Like, no, that's not the point. The point is, this person I was having a back and forth with would not acknowledge that M was really good. Like, you have to at least, yeah. The rapidy rap style gets old after a while. I mean, at this point in his career, I mean, he's like 51 years old, man. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I think a lot of people are like, rap about something else, but it's like his discography is all there. You know, you can go back and listen to him, a lot of stuff he had to say about his life, and a lot of inspirational songs like Sing for the Moment and stuff like that, you know, where it wasn't a lot of like rapidy rap. But at this point in his career, he's just like trying to outdo himself over and over. So you get to the point where you're on a whole nother level of rap. It's kind of like similar to what, what's his name? Tyler the Creator. Remember Tyler the Creator said like Eminem raps are like disgusting now. This is like several years ago, but he was like, he's gotten so good to the point where sometimes it's hard to listen to and sometimes it's choppy. I don't like the whole robotic choppy M flow when he does that. He didn't do it on this verse, thank God. This verse is great. But yeah, sometimes he's like being too technical about it, but I think it's just because he said everything he had to say. Now he's just kind of attempting to outdo himself. But with that being said, I was trolling on that part. Oh, okay, sorry. But what I was gonna say was, and I thought that would have been a fine critique too. But what I was going to say was his first song on the album was very reminiscent of old school M. And it was basically what we would want, right? He stands pinning his hand like Edward Scissorhands, who slices competition and just goes about his business. Anyone who knows him knows about his shenanigans, all his wacky antics in the papers. I don't even know if I can say this. Shady's dangling, a baby tangled, and a blanket strangling and hanging him over the railing of the ankles on some gangsta-ish. Child endangerment. Dark brain arcane with... I can't. Whew, I can't. But this is actually fun. This is a lot of fun. Yeah, this is a lot of fun. This is actually a great album. Clan, are you 30 plus? I'm 29. I'll be 30 later this year, though. M is like LeBron in a sense, as far as longevity goes. Yeah. Yeah. And it's crazy because it just frustrates me, man, because instead of praising the amount of longevity and how good he actually is as a rapper, people just want to diminish it all the time. And it bothers the crap out of me, man. It bothers me. It really irritates me. It really irritates me. You don't have to like them, you know? Like, look, we can go to top 5 or let's just do top rappers of all time, right? We'll go to Billboard. I'm sure Billboard is terrible. Okay, I saw Rick Ross at 50. I don't want to listen to anything I have to say. So, but just skip to. Let's skip down. They had Lauryn Hill pretty low. All right, DMX. So, all right, so I'm a big DMX fan. You know, I was growing up. He was my favorite rapper growing up. Him and Eminem were my favorite rappers as a kid. So, DMX 21. Big Daddy Kane. All right, I'm not a Big Daddy Kane fan. You know, I'm not a Big Daddy Kane fan, but he's 20. I agree with that. Missy Elliott in the top 21. Maybe. Let's see who's ahead. Ice Cube. Okay, I'll give that. 50. Okay. Scarface. Would I put Scarface ahead of 50? I don't know if I do that. J. Cole, whatever. LL Cool J, of course. He should be up there. Rakim, of course. Andre, of course. Andre should be higher. Kanye. Andre is a better rapper than Kanye West. I feel like Kanye is like, because Kanye is so great at producing and he made so many hits and he's such a great producer that we mix that in with rap. But I guess if it's just like hip hop artists, you know, fine. Andre being below Kanye is terrible. Nicki should not be in a top 10 list. Scarface clears 50 easily. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not arguing with you. How is Nicki Minaj 10? She should not be this high. Snoop Dogg. Okay, I need to see who's ahead of him. Drake? Drake should not be ahead of Snoop Dogg. Are we serious? Is Billboard okay? Lil Wayne is 7. Okay. Okay. Is this the list Eminem was talking about? Because Eminem says something on Toby about this. All right, Eminem at 5 apparently. Tupac at 4. Nas at 3. Kendrick at 2. And Jay-Z at 1. They messed up that entire top 5 list. I'm sorry. Clan, what's your top 3? For me, Lil Wayne and M, top 3. Number 1, I'm going with M. Number 2, I'm going with Tupac. And number 3, I think I'm going with Andre. And then at 4, I'll probably go with Kendrick. I'll have to put it on paper, but Lil Wayne is definitely that's another thing. Like, I don't like every Lil Wayne project, right? But you know, I still think he's one of the greatest. Kendrick the greatest. That is fine. That's fine. I ain't mad at you. Kendrick is a great rapper. You see how we can disagree on the numbers, but we can still come out of this and say, hey, he's a great artist. People don't do that sometimes with M, man. How about Chingy? Don't you troll me. Love the way you do it right there. Rearrange their top 10. Gosh, I don't want to disrespect Jay-Z, man, but I get tired of hearing about Jay-Z in a top 3 list. Lil Dicky. Here's the thing with it. I'll sum it all up by saying this, okay? It's obvious that I'm an M stan. I never denied it. But let me go ahead and say this. Let me say this, all right? Eminem, I don't understand what he would have to do for certain people, specifically these type of people, what he would have to do for people to consider him top 3, top 5, or in the conversation of being a GOAT. What do you need? Record sales? Sure. He got you there. He beat you in that regard. But you don't care about that. All right, you don't care about record sales. Rhymes? Unique wordplay? Does he get it there? No. Okay. What about creating the best rap anthem ever? Because it is the best rap anthem ever. I mean, we can probably look up, what the opinions are on that, honestly. But does that work? How about the fact that, every chance that he gets, he's constantly, he's constantly saying and expressing how much of an impact other people have had on him as an artist. He's always given love to hip hop. He's the only rapper that I can think of that gives this much love to the history of hip hop. He wants people to go back and listen to old hip hop, the roots of hip hop. I don't know if there's any other artist that respects hip hop in this category as much as Eminem respects hip hop. Like, genuinely respects hip hop. It's like, that's not good enough. It's like, I don't know what will be good enough, because he has the hits. He has the lyrical wordplay. He can hit you with any rhyme. He's beat every single person that he's been on a record with, right? You can say, oh, well, Kanye's better. He was on a song with Kanye, Lil Wayne, Drake. He bodied all of them to the point where everyone had to rewrite. They decided to rewrite their verses because his was so good. What is it? What does he have to do? Because at some point, it gets to a point where the only way that he could be in certain people's lists is if his skin color was different. That's literally all it comes down to. Like, I think back on the song Ya Ya, right? I don't know if you guys heard that song, but Ya Ya. He had historic song, didn't get a lot of play. A lot of people don't know about it or didn't really care about it because it was very old school beat and everything. But he had Royce the 5'9" on it, Q-Tip, the 9. He had Black Thought. Now, when I found out that Black Thought was going to be on this song, my initial thought was, oh, M is about to try to body. But then when you listen to the song, he still kills it. Don't get me wrong. But he spent a significant portion here shouting out old school rappers. Look, now here's to LL, Big L, and Dell, K Solo, Tretch, and G-Rap, DJ Polo, Tony D, ODB, Mo D. He want people to go listen to these people. Run DMC, EDOG, EPMD, DOC, Ice-T, EVD, King T, UTFO, and Schoolie D. This is ridiculous. PE and BBD, YZ, Chia Lee, Rakim, Eric B. They were like my therapy. From B.I.G. and Paris, 3 times Dope, and Some Will Never See, PRT, NWA, and Eazy-E, and DRE was like my GPS without him, I wouldn't know where to be. Yeah, anyways. I'm gonna be real, M just isn't bop. Like, I don't know. I'm not trying to listen to poem reading. I don't think M is like has poem readings. I don't know. If you want some bops, here you go. I got you. Go to, I don't know if you listen to Music to Be Murdered By. And if this ain't your thing, it's just not your thing, okay? I know Godzilla is really fun. That's a bop. You Gonna Learn. Lock It Up. What's another one that I think is really good? No Regrets. And gosh, where's the one with Young Ma? What's the Young Ma song? Unaccommodating. So try those out. Yeah, I mean, if you don't like it, you don't like it. I'm cool with people not liking M. Like, I don't care if you like him, and you just gotta at least give it respect. I feel like a lot of people go out of it and they're just like, oh, he's not one of the great. And it's like, really? But like, who is then? And then they give somebody that's significantly worse than him the nod. If he's somebody that's like way worse, like not even in the same league, and they're like, no, he's better. It's like, shut up. But Clan, you know this new gen wouldn't rock with you outing him above J. Cole, Kendrick, or Drake, right? If anybody tells me Kendrick is better than Eminem, I promise you, I will not be angry. I promise. If anyone told me Kendrick was better than Eminem, I will not fight you. Now, if you say J. Cole is better than Eminem, I'm going to have a little bit of issues with it. Now, if you say Drake is better than Eminem, now we're going to fight. All right? Now we're going to fight. But if anyone said Kendrick was better than him, I'm not mad at you. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. Yay? Yeah, I will fight you. I will fight you on that. If you think Kanye West is a better rapper than Eminem. You can say better producer. But even in that, Eminem produced a lot of songs people don't know about. He produced a lot of hits. He produced Stan, The Way I Am, Cleaning Out My Closet, Lose Yourself. All produced by Eminem. Sing for the Moment. I thought it was some newer songs. I guess it's not on this list yet. Oh, Godzilla. Where's the other songs he produced? Beautiful's a great song. Everyone should go listen to Beautiful. Beautiful is a phenomenal song. Tupac better than Eminem. Jimmy! Guess what? I ain't gonna fight with you. Alright? I'm not gonna fight with you. That's fine. Also, Tupac died he was 26 or whatever. I ain't gonna argue with you. That's fine. That's fine. You can say that. You know I'm not gonna argue. I'm not gonna fight you guys. Just don't come with no disrespect, all right? As long as you still have M in a top 5 list, in your top 5 list, and there's certain artists. Is there some certain artists that can't be ahead of him though? I'm sorry. There's math to this, all right? There's a science to this. There are certain artists that cannot be ahead of Eminem. If they're ahead of Eminem, I'm gonna question you. I got some serious questions for you. Lil Wayne the GOAT. Lil Wayne can be on that list. That is fine. Because when Lil Wayne wants to rap, he's really great. Unfortunately, a lot of times he doesn't. But when he does, how about Dr. Dre? Dr. Dre never wrote his own stuff. As far as producers, yeah, Dr. Dre's a great producer. Let's not disrespect Dr. Dre. Dr. Dre is a great producer. They saved each other, Dr. Dre and him. I have to admit, I just found out not that long ago that one of my favorite Dr. Dre songs, where I was like, Dr. Dre killed that, I found out Eminem wrote it. So, The Watcher, Dr. Dre, The Watcher. I didn't even know Eminem wrote that. Eminem wrote a lot. M top 5? I ain't mad at you. Michael, that's what I'm saying. That's what I mean. That's what you do. Just don't be like these people, all right? These weirdos that say he can't enter the realm of hip hop. He can't be in the realm of hip hop because he hasn't checked in with them specifically or something. I don't know. When you start doing that weird racist stuff, then I don't like it. And I just want you guys to know, because this person, one of these is the same person. I'm pretty sure it's the same person. Said that I wasn't black because I called him racist. Because I called him racist after all this. Okay, you can go to Twitter and you can see the threads. I did call him racist. I was like, yeah, dude, you're kind of racist. Let me tell you, any group of people can be racist. All right, any group of people. You got to call that stuff out, man. Biggie better. If you tell me Snoop better, okay. If you tell me Biggie is better, if you tell me Snoop is better, if you tell me Tupac is better, I will not fight you. If you say Kendrick's better, I'm not going to be mad. I'm not mad at that. I disagree. I disagree. But I can't get mad at that. You know why? You know why I can't get mad at that? Because Snoop Dogg wrote Murder Was the Case. All right. I can't with a straight face. Like if you tell me no, dude, Snoop Dogg's better. Let me play this for you, and you play Murder Was the Case. You didn't win the argument, but I'm gonna be quiet as that song plays. All right. As I look up in the sky, a tear dropped my eye. My body temperature falls. I'm shaking and they breaking, trying to save a dog. That song is great. Ice Cube better? No, Ice Cube is not better than Eminem. If someone says Ice Cube is better than Eminem, then I'm gonna be angry. All right. Ice Cube was the man, right? But no. It got to be skill wise as well. I feel like Snoop Dogg when he's on, because Eminem just did a song with Snoop Dogg. Like when Snoop Dogg is on, he's like close. Like he can be pretty close. Ice Cube, I don't think Ice Cube can ever write anything touching some of M's discography. You know, it was a hit in 2017. Like Kendrick owned 2017. Yeah, he did. Okay, so some people don't know this either. And this is another thing. I heard Insane by Eminem for the first time. In my closet. He lost it. Is he nuts? No, he's insane. That song? If you count the skeletons in my closet. Under my sink and under my faucet. Isn't that from Relapse? What was I about to say? Gosh, I forgot what I was about to say. Oh yeah. Like a lot of people said, I want to hear a song with Kendrick and Eminem on it. And it's like, Kendrick Lamar does have a song with Eminem. And funny enough, if you go and you listen to it, because it's from Marshall Mathers LP too. If you go and listen to it, Kendrick starts off and it's like, oh my God, Kendrick is going off. Right? Well, Eminem goes and then Kendrick goes. And then you're like, man, well, Kendrick beat Eminem there. And then Eminem has his third verse and it just goes off the rails. It's just like rap god level. It's just like you forget everything Kendrick said. Ice Cube had hits. I just think skill wise, if Ice Cube writes anything, it's not touching Eminem with a pen in it. Like to me, it has to be an artist that I truly do believe that rhyme for rhyme, if they're on it, they can get close. That I will accept if you say that they're better. Because at that point, if we're just talking hits, then what? I need to believe that Drake is better than Eminem? Like, no. Drake can't write close to what Eminem can do. Like, not even close. Like, it has to be some type of like real integrity. And Ice Cube is great. Don't get me wrong, but it is a product of the time too. But his rhyme scheme's pretty simple, you know. Snoop Dogg was pretty complex with the way that he put words together. Yeah, it's from Relapse. The one where he says, my stepfather said that oh yeah. That album, man, you know, I loved that album when it came out. I think I was a freshman in high school. When that album came out, I really liked it. I just liked how it was coming from a very dark place. The album was like, it was borderline horrorcore. And I thought that was pretty cool. I know M says he doesn't like that album, but Kendrick and Lil Wayne can get close. That's what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying. You get what I mean. That's where it's like, okay, they can get close to that level. And because they can get close, if someone came to me and said, I think Lil Wayne is a better rapper, I can't fight with you. Like when Lil Wayne, man, what's that song? Gosh, what's that song Lil Wayne did? What did he rhyme? He rhymed like the same thing over and over. Oh my God, it's gonna bother me. Who is he on that track with? Was it Jules Santana? Bloody Mary. This is where I'm like, okay. Like, Lil Wayne's better. Okay, whatever. I disagree, but I'm not mad at you. Yeah, rhyme suicide. Okay, suicide is suicide. Tell me seek and you find, cause I'ma lose my mind. Give them some shoes to shine. We used to crime. The pool is dry. News is lies. The rules denied. That's Tunchi slime. We unified. New design. We had the flukes behind and supersize. Numbers through the roof and sky. This is a ridiculous rhyme scheme. Don't look too surprised. Look through the lines. We making moves and strides. Grooves and vibes. This is ridiculous. This whole verse is so impressive. He rhymed the same thing over and over. Uber ride, never two with fries. Number 2 with fries. I'm pimping now. Who am I? I'm who and why. I'm rude and kind. My car's computerized. I'm cruising by, smoking blunts, Ruben size. You fools can try. These tools get utilized. You euthanize. This is ridiculous. Scoot then drive. Or shoot then drive. Now who survived? We coming back to rewind. This is crazy. This is crazy. So if anyone says Lil Wayne, I'm not mad at you. Oh, thanks for the super chat. You should do the Locked On Spurs pod. You'd be great on it. Oh, I mean, I can ask them. No love for Nas. Oh no, Nas is another one. Yeah. So if Nas, if someone wanted to tell me Nas was better, that's fine. Nas low key is better. That's fine. I disagree, but yeah, if you want to say Nas, that's fine. He created Illmatic. And it's crazy when people like say like Kanye is better, because Kanye got some great albums, but you listen to them, it's not any like crazy rhyme schemes or anything crazy in it at all. Like not really. It's just how well produced it is, and the content matter of it is pretty good, right? Like, but it's not, rapping wise. Lil Wayne crazy, M2, 50 was crazy too, but gave it up too early. Yeah. Clan, if you were in high school 4 or 5 years ago instead of 15, you think Eminem would be your GOAT? It was 15 years ago? It was 15 years ago. What? That's crazy. Would he be my GOAT? Probably, yeah. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Probably. He would definitely, as much as I love hip hop, if I'm like the same person, but I just grew up listening to, I don't know. Let's see. I'm trying to think outside of the DMX Eminem era. Okay, I was just listening to Eminem. I mean, not Eminem, Lil Wayne, because I think Lil Wayne got even bigger, like 2010s. Yeah, it might be Lil Wayne, but I would still put Eminem up there. Maybe my GOAT would change, but yeah. You getting old? I guess I am. Sheesh. I don't feel old. Oh yeah. Probably Kendrick. By the way, Kendrick is one of my GOATs. So don't get it confused now. I don't want it to be confused here. All right. I don't want you to be confused. Kendrick is one of my GOATs, by the way. I don't listen to Kendrick. Yeah, I don't listen to Kendrick and start thinking about how Eminem is so much better. Like, Kendrick is ridiculous. Like, don't get me wrong. He's still one of my GOATs. I think Eminem's the greatest ever. I think he's the greatest ever. Jay-Z better? No, I get kind of irritated when people say Jay-Z's better than Eminem. I don't really like that. Jay-Z in the 90s was pretty nasty. But yeah, like this one person over here, he tried to bring up how Eminem doesn't have like his discography is all over the place. Like, oh, he has a pretty bad discography at times. It's like every artist ever? What are we talking about? Every artist, like even the GOATs, they have like 3 albums maybe that are considered classics. Probably usually 1 or 2 that are considered classics. Then everything else is a little sketchy. That's normal. It's like now we're putting him, on a whole nother playing field. And that's not fair. Yeah, but Amanda, I do want you to know that. I need you to know this. Trust me, 2017 will have you listen to Kendrick religiously. You need to understand this. I am a Kendrick Lamar fan. Like, I'm a big Kendrick Lamar fan. Just because I think Eminem is the greatest rapper ever, that doesn't mean I'm not a Kendrick fan. It would be kind of crazy. Okay, in the same way where I will question someone who loves hip hop but doesn't put Eminem in a top 5 list. I would expect you to question me if I would say Eminem is the GOAT, but I'm not into Kendrick. Like, I don't know, that just seems weird to me. Especially when Kendrick first came out, like his control verse was straight up inspired by Eminem. Like, there's branches to this. Like when you have Popovich, right? And they're really close, by the way. But when you have like Popovich, there's branches to Popovich. There's Kendrick Lamar's control verse. At the end, it turned into a straight up Eminem verse. Wait, am I missing it? Hold on. Levels to this. Exactly. I like Denzel Curry. Oh, Rod Wave is great. That new Denzel Curry album was really cool. Yeah, this right here. This is I'm sorry, if anybody is an Eminem fan or you like listen to Eminem, the end of this Kendrick Lamar control verse, you can tell his inspirations. It's very obvious. Very obvious. Who trying to jump and get it? You better off trying to skydive off an exit window of 5 G5s and $5,000 with your granddad as a pilot. He drunk as F trying to land with a handful of arthritis and popping prosthetic leg, bumping Pac in the cockpit. So the ish that pops in his head is an option of violence. Someone heard the stewardess said, like, this whole thing, this whole sequence here is Eminem. Eminem did that all the time. Like, give you these scenarios and it just gets like wilder and wilder and wilder with the descriptions, like weirder and weirder descriptions. Yeah, yeah. Kendrick really came into his own after I would say around 20, probably, you're right, probably around 20. No, I wouldn't say 2017. I'll say probably 2014, 15. Where do you rank Andre 3000? On my list, I got him at 3. Yeah, I got him at 3. Andre 3000, a rapper where when he slides on a beat, man, it's like effortless. Look at Spiteful Chants by Kendrick. Is this on was this on Section 8? If it's on Section 8, that means I'll listen to it probably at least twice. It is. All right, I need to actually go back and listen to it. Everything I do is to Illumina. I'm taking my time. I'm gonna master it. You should be mindful to a mastermind. Put a landmine right where my mama live. This is it is section 8. Okay. Yeah, I'll go back and listen to it. It's an old one. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Yeah, he doesn't like Drake. But seriously though, like that's all I'm saying. I'm glad we had this conversation, all right? I feel like a lot of people in the chat understood what I mean. So it's to me, if you really do love hip hop and you care about rap, you know, like you care about rhyme for rhyme, rhyme schemes, you know, lyricism, and you don't put Eminem on there, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. It really bothers me. And I would say he has the greatest rap anthem ever. Actually, I do want to see what they put on there, because I feel like, I don't know, man. You guys think the Rough Rider anthem would make it to a hip hop anthem? I don't know. You got to put F the Police on there. You right. Yeah, man. Black and Yellow. What are we talking about? Lauryn Hill. Ooh, that's a banger. That thing. Mo Bamba. Okay. I know we're like in the 40s, but we're putting Mo Bamba and Ooh as far as rap anthems. You're making me question you, list. All right. Eminem better be a top 2. Okay, I don't even know what we mean by rap anthem anymore. In the club? Okay. Okay, are we just talking about hits now? Gangsta's Paradise, yes. Oh, look, it did make it. Rough Riders anthem. Ha, it did make it. Missy Elliott, best female rapper. Oh, by the way, yeah, the person that I argue with, I asked him who's his GOATs, and he had Missy Elliott over Eminem. I don't know what he's smoking. He also said Eminem isn't considered one of the greats because he has a rocky discography. As if Missy Elliott doesn't have a rocky discography. Crazy. Let's see. NWA, F the Police. Oh, they put Eminem Lose Yourself at 5? That's like the ultimate rap anthem. Oh, wait, no. Oh. I can't be mad. Hold on, I want to be mad, but I can't. I can't be mad. Wait a minute. Wait, who's beating Lose Yourself and All Right? Oh my goodness. Okay, am I tripping? Hold on. I need to listen to this. I need to mute you guys. Oh, this song. Who would consider this as... Okay. Okay, Fight the Power should be on there. Okay, they're kind of crazy, though. Hip Hop Parade, I guess. All Right, Lose Yourself, and Fight the Power should... Okay, all right. I need another list. See, you know it yourself. Oh no, All Right it should definitely be on that. I don't know why I wasn't even thinking about All Right. Yeah, All Right should be in as far as hip hop anthems. It should be on there. It was like literally the anthem for the Black Lives Matter movement. It deserves it. He also has a crazy verse in that. Essential hip hop songs. Let's see what we got here. I saw Migos in a top 40. I don't know what to say about that. I saw Kendrick All Right. They got him at 32. Let's see. 50 Cent in the club. That song was big, wasn't it? Lil Nas X. I like Lil Nas X, but why the heck is Lil Nas X on an best I ever? Are we okay? I can't take this list serious. You got All Right at like 31. Like, what are we doing? Of course, US today. Super bass. I know. I got that super bass. Got that super bass. These lists are all over the place. There's nothing I can take from this, honestly. I still believe Eminem has the #1 rap anthem ever. It's like the ultimate rap song. Number 7, Without Me. Would you consider that a rap anthem? I mean, it was iconic for the time, but like Juicy by B.I.G., Beastie Boys. You gotta fight for your right to party. Beastie Boys were dope. They were dope, by the way. OPP, that was dope. Okay, we just throwing stuff in there. I will say this though. Lose Yourself is the best rap song about rapping. Can we agree on that? I think we all can agree that Lose Yourself is the best rap song about rapping. All right, I've been on too long. Is there any other topics we should go over? I was expecting to get off an hour ago, but the whole Eminem discussion gave me like a boost in energy. Probably helps that I took a nap earlier too. Let me see if I missed anything. Oh, I missed this. This is a big deal. All right, chat. I know it's been like we had a long discussion here about hip hop, okay? But it's time to get back on Spurs topics for a second, before I get off. Spurs rookie Castle says he is ready to learn from veteran Chris Paul. All right, let's see what we got here. I didn't see a video, but whatever. All right, San Antonio Spurs Chris Paul is set to bring a wealth of NBA knowledge and experience to the team next season. Yes, he says he came to the Spurs to hoop and not be a coach, but he also says he doesn't mind helping out the young players on the roster. I've been taking leadership responsibility very seriously, but also understanding I come to hoop. Good stuff. And by the way, guys, there's a big difference between being a coach and actually being on the team and being an on-the-court coach, all right? It's going to be much easier for them to get instilled certain plays and get instilled the way of playing when he's on the court. I'm sorry, I'm sleepy. I'm getting sleepy now. Clan still going? Yeah, see, we've been on for like 5 hours. See, this is what I do. This is what I do when I'm going to be gone for an entire week and we need topics, because no one is going to go in this and listen and watch 5 hours of this, okay? People rather just have segments. It's fine. It's fine, all right? This is what we got to do sometimes. Anyways, sorry. In an NBA Reddit, AMA asked me anything. Castle. Oh, there was a... Okay, this took me nowhere. Never mind. Castle shared what he is most excited about when asked what he wants to learn from Paul. I did not know that this was... Okay. Offensive reads. He's probably one of the best point guards to ever play in the league, he said. In fact, Castle wasted no time to connect with Paul once he officially became his San Antonio teammate. So I know a few people, not many, but it was a few people that were kind of worried, because I know Stephon Castle said that I want to go to a team that doesn't have a point guard. And then the Spurs immediately went and got Chris Paul. It's short term, it's not long term, and this is one of those situations where he's not going to a team with an established point guard, an established superstar. It's more so a, just a guy to help out the team. for a year. I've been connecting with Chris Paul since they announced he's coming to the Spurs. I wonder who reached out. If it's Castle that reached out to CP3, that's huge, by the way. Big deal. Big deal. Very mature. His years of experience are expected to help advance the players of San Antonio's development, even if he isn't with the Spurs until the rebuild concludes. Oh, he probably won't even be with us when the season concludes. That's probably been the coolest thing about my career, Paul said. I've gone to some teams that are younger, but I'm constantly learning from these guys. Oh, okay, we watched this. We watched when he talked about that. Like Paul, Castle is ready to win and show what separates him from the rest of the rookie draft class. My mentality internally, I feel like I approach the game different than others. Woo. That mentality should go over well with the Hall of Fame bound Paul. I always say I hate to lose more than I like to win. And that's what he had to say. So yeah, this is going to be really interesting. We already went over a video in which Modest Buzelis a year ago said that Castle was the favorite, or his favorite matchup that he's had to go against recently at that time. So this is going to be really good, man. Castle really is special, and he has a special point guard to teach him. And this is like exactly what he needs. I feel like this pickup was just a perfect pick. Spurs had the perfect offseason. I just want to say that. He's like Jimmy Butler, Holiday, and SGA in a blender. Yeah. Actually. Yeah. And I definitely agree with you on the SGA thing. Castle is so freaking good. He is. I agree. Oh, by the way, guys, please go Spurs Invasion. Go follow Spurs Invasion. Link below in the description box. If you see this video later on, which you will inevitably, there's going to be another video on here. It's going to be a Jeremy Sochan one. So go check that out. Go watch it. Good stuff. Thanks for all the love, nonetheless. I was debating a lot of people that Stephon is better than Dilly. Oh, dude, hold on. Let me show you something. Let's see if I can find it. Hold on. I typed in my name. I was probably better off putting freaking Dillingham. So back in June, these were my favorites. So you see Stephon Castle's right there. Modest Buzelis was 2. But let's see. Because I think some people disagree with me, but I'm not sure if it was on this thread. I had the same take you had. Oh, gosh. This is going to bother me. I'm legit not going to find it, am I? Oh, gosh. All right, hold on. Maybe if I do it this way. Maybe I say Dilly. Okay, that's not. Oops. Yeah, because I actually had the exact same tape you have when it comes to Dillingham. I know this is taking me a minute. It's gonna bother me if I don't find it. Oh, here it is. Yeah, so this was my take back in April 29th. Call me crazy, but I think I'd prefer Stephon Castle over Rob Dillingham if it came down to it. I prefer Castle's frame, defense, and upside over Dilly's shot creation. I know his three-point shooting is awful, but he does have good form that he can build off of. So that was my take. I don't know what some of the people said on this. It might not have been this thread that people disagreed. But I definitely seen some people not be crazy about that. With that logic, you should take Topic. Ew. Somebody said take them both. I like Castle. He wouldn't beat out Trey Jones. What? Castle's architect can be found later, though. No. Dillingham's shot creation is unique and doesn't come around every class. Man, I bet he was so upset when we traded him. Anyways, yeah, I thought Castle would be. So I was with you on that one. He would definitely get better from 3. His free throws are indicative of that. Yeah, he's fine. And even if you go back to his high school footage, you can see like he can shoot it lights out. And it's been really good stuff coming out of San Antonio right now, where everybody that he's played with has said, yeah, he can shoot. Like, he's a better shooter than college might have shown. But we got to be happy, right? We got to be happy about that, because if he was a better shooter with UConn, if he had a better season with UConn behind the arc, then he might not even been there at 4, right? He might not even been there. Yeah, he's a winner. You guys are right. He's a winner. All right, guys. I'm going to hop off. We've been going for 5 hours. I wasn't expecting to go this long. I wanted to go to the gym, but I don't even know if I'm going to do that now. It's so late. It's like 3 a.m. Oh, I don't know. I should go just so I can get it over with. Oh, I should go to get it over with. I'll think about it. Let's see here. Greetings from Brazil. You said you're just leaving the gym? All right, y'all. Good night. My butt hurts. I should have had a pillow under here. This sucks. All right, guys. Thanks for all the love. I'll get with you later. 5-hour stream, huh? People are going to see this later and be like, what the heck? He was live streaming for 5 hours? I already made the promise. If the Spurs were to win a championship, we're doing a 24-hour stream. I probably need to lower the threshold for that. I probably need to be like, we win a playoff series or something. It also has to be a time in which I can get away with that, because, you know, work won't give me away with that. It's all that rap talk. Hey, we talked rap for like an hour, so it might have been that. Biggie better? Oh, did I catch that one? I caught that one earlier. Yeah, if someone says Biggie's better, that's fine. I know Memphis has 1 hour time difference from where I'm at. I'm not even in, I don't live in Memphis. I'm from Memphis. From France. Yup. Night clan. Good night. Talk to y'all later. Bye.